Shot to the biggie, oh cool. Shot to the biggie, oh cool. I got a feels that's a season. I wanna slide this shit out you now, bitch. Get over here now. I got a hex stars now. We gon' punch that bitch in the good right now. Bitch, get over here on now. Somebody heaven. I not the punch in the good, bitch. She got a diva, did a cool tonight. She got a diva, diva. She got a diva, diva. She got a diva, diva.
She got a demon in her coochie now. Testify.
I got a feels that's a season. I wanna slam the shit out of shit now, bitch. Get over here now. I got a hex stars now. We don't punch that bitch in it good right now. Bitch, get over here on now. Somebody heaven. I got the pump shit in the good, bitch.
What?
It's Hunt's trying to guess for the
Yeah.
She got a diva in a crew tonight. She got a diva in a prime bar. I'm about a diva in a crew tonight. She got a diva.
We about to do an exorcism on the Protestant world right now. Welcome everybody to the limit. Shout out to the original king of Wixantium, one of our patron saints of Wixantium, the one and the only Jamie Kennedy. Got my B-Raz shirt, came in the mail. I'm feeling good. Feeling well rested. Ready to hang out with y'all fools in the chat. Now listen, I'm in a fun mood. So you are forewarned. We got to pick back up where we left off. Somebody in the chat needs to tell me if you can pull up yesterday's super chats, because I didn't think about reading people's super chats from YouTube yesterday. I have all the super chats yesterday on Streamlabs, but I'm not sure how to do YouTube. So you guys have to tell me in the chat if I can pull it up somewhere in like the back end of the channel or whatever. Anyway, so we're going to get back into my discussion over here with Tucker. It's going to be legit. It's going to be lit. It's going to be too legit to quit. Hey, too legit to quit. I appreciated at least Redeem Zoomer making the comment that there was no reason really to crash out over all of this. All the meltdowns, dude. People are saying that there's more meltdowns today than there were yesterday. I guess the goobers have had time to ruminate on the fact that there was literally nothing wrong in what I said about nominalism. Everything I said was absolutely correct. Even the Lutherans that are trying to defend Luther are like, yes, he was influenced by Gabriel Bile. That is true, but he's not a full-on nominalist. I didn't say that. So, good job, straw man, brah. I said that the doctrine of justification, which is needing to sever an actual intrinsic righteousness in the person, is based on the nominalist idea that things can just have a name and not actually be that in reality. That is a core tenet of nominalism. I am well aware that nominalism is about the status of universals. I've been studying and reading about medieval philosophy debates and nominalism and the question of universals since I was 18. I'm very aware of this subject. I have countless talks, lectures going through St. Maximus's vast treatises on the created status of universals. We just discussed moderate realism the other day with Father Deacon Ananias. I know this subject very well. I'm not an expert in medieval universals and nominalist theory, but it's a subject that I do know pretty well. And so shout out to Tim Gordon, who came and stepped in and admitted Jay is not saying anything controversial. In fact, it's well known in academia. It's been actually, and I remembered after Tim mentioned this, the first time I heard about the Protestant doctrine of justification being influenced by nominalism was actually from Catholic scholars. When I was a trad cat, I remember reading this. And it turns out Tim Gordon has done various engagements on this subject back in 2017, 2018. I didn't actually know Tim Gordon had essays over here at Catholic World Report. But and now I'm not a huge fan of natural law in the Roman Catholic sense, but Tim is pointing out that these articles hit on the fact that nominalism was 100% influential in Luther's theology. And so everything that they're saying is just a straw man of what I said. Tim notes that Erfurt was the leading university teaching nominalism in the 16th century. Luther studied there from 1501 to 1505. Philosophy professor Jodocus Trutvetter taught Luther nominalism from Bile and Occam. And so the only academic Protestant who's even responded is this guy who I keep trying to get to come in here and he won't come debate, he won't come discuss. He just said, yeah, Luther was influenced by nominalism. The book admits that. The Heiko Obermann book admits that. But he wasn't a full-on nominalist. Okay, so what? Good job. So you guys are literally arguing nothing. You're just sounding off to sound sophisticated on X. And this right here, this is literally all of Protestant Twitter right now. Actually, they're doing the meme. So I'm going to welcome any Protestant callers to call in today. You get pride of place. You get to the front of the line if you're a Protestant. Especially if you want to debate. So people are saying that I can go to YouTube Studio. Okay, good. I was hoping I could pull up yesterday's super chats. So we'll do that here in a little bit. Maybe I should read some of the super chats because people waited yesterday. So I'll read some of those. And I had to leave quick. But today there's no time constraints, so we can stream as long as y'all fools want. Stevie says for $5, Jay, I'm a doctoral student. I'm studying clinical psychology. I'm inquiring in orthodoxy in Virginia. I'm interested in learning epistemology, metaethics, metaphysics. Can you give me 20 to 30 books on philosophy? Well, I would say check out my philosophy course, which is in the show description. So I did a whole 12-course philosophy, history of philosophy in the West from an Orthodox perspective. And you can buy that at the Autonomy Agora Marketplace together with my buddy Richard Grove. So I would say in there you'll have some recommendations. We use the CARLSON text, which is pretty normative in philosophy courses. It's been kind of a staple for a long time. But usually beyond the 20 or 30, I mean, you kind of get more specified. So I would say you definitely want to get, the basic works of Aristotle, the basic works of Plato. You want to be familiar with the pre-Socratics. You want to get Ackerell's book on Aristotle. You want to get Wallace's book on Neoplatonism. You would probably want to get the whole Copleston set. It's a really cool set. I've only got 3 volumes of it. I keep meaning to get the whole set eventually. And then it kind of depends on how precise you want to go. The Bonjour text is one of the texts that's good for epistemology. It's a grad school book on epistemology. And that one comes up in our course. I bring Father Deacon Dr. Ananias on to teach one of the epistemology talks that we did. I bring Father Vladimir on to discuss aesthetics. Beyond the basics, getting into Kant and that kind of stuff, you want to read probably Prolegomena to Any Future Metaphysics. That's a good introduction to Kant. You want to get like a Hume, Kant, Berkeley, or Locke. Wait, it's Locke, Hume, Berkeley. There's a collected works of all three of them. That's good, that we used in my undergrad classes for empiricism. You probably want to read Descartes' Meditations. I mean, it's going to be reading a lot of kind of the famous guys and their most famous work. But philosophy is pretty vast, so it really depends on what you find interesting. People go, like that guy I was debating, he's doing his degree just in ethics. So you can really get very niche. Now, I'm not trying to give the order. I'm trying to think of the book. There's a book with Locke, Hume, and Berkeley. That's one of my textbooks. I have a whole philosophy shelf over there. It's all very boring stuff, so I don't usually talk about the philosophy section. But I mean, you want to read, some Nietzsche. You want to read Ecce Homo. You want to read Genealogy of Morals. You want to read, I don't know if I'd recommend Antichrist, but you can read it if you want. But I had a whole grad class on Nietzsche. So, you want to familiarize yourself with some of Jean-Paul Sartre. You want to familiarize yourself with, Hegel's not a fun guy to read. So I would just say watch lectures on Hegel, because there's no point going into all that. Cowboy Goobop, $5. Did you watch Joe Rogan with Nick Bostrom? I have not. Joe's a Luciferian transhumanist. They gush over Brave New World. They talk about the Matrix with a dash of 2001 Space Odyssey. Yeah, I think that it would be neat to see if there were some other voices on Joe Rogan beyond the sort of technocrats that are there. I'd love to go on there and talk about other ideas. So maybe one day we'll see. Maybe the Tucker interview will open up some doors. I already had a few big podcasts reach out already. So Mario Nafal wants to do an interview. One of these sort of Navy SEAL type dudes wants to do an interview that has a large podcast. So, maybe Sean Reiner or maybe Danny Jones will open up down the road. We'll see. I'd like to do, I would pretty much do any big podcast. I don't care. So we'll see. Rogue says for $5. Yeah, pull it up from the previous day. All right, we skipped a bunch of super chats. Excuse me. Let me go back here. Sick with Sin, $10. Brace for all the cringe. Razorfish started his own Lutheran ministry. That guy's a joke, dude. He doesn't know anything. So, he can bitch and whine on it, but I've asked him like 3 times to debate. He won't do it. He spurred out because I name dropped you. Congrats on getting on Tucker. How much money do you get from Qatar? Yeah, well, actually, because BB sends money to Qatar, which has been verified now. I get the BB money through Qatar. Chronicles, $5. You mog the Protestants on Tucker. That's super base. Thanks, dude. Dave Maverick, $5. The Anglosphere, the Anglicans, and the Royals are all Freemasons. Jews have B'nai B'rith and other religious aims. Catholics have the Jesuits and Opus Dei and the Knights of Malta. What does Orthodoxy have? Do they have a true White Lodge? No, we don't typically have these kinds of secret societies. Some countries, I think the Greeks have had like the Order of St. George. And there have been sorts of types of things like this. In fact, I'm actually reading right now, to go along with the Rothschild's biography, John Coleman's book. I didn't realize he had a book on the Rothschild dynasty. It's actually pretty good. The only thing with John Coleman is that he's not the best at citing the sources. So sometimes it's all kind of just jumbled at the end in a recommended reading list. And sometimes he cites within the text. But this book is pretty well cited. There's a lot of citations from Disraeli, from Lloyd George, from Churchill, from Rothschild biographers. I wouldn't say he failed at it. It's just sometimes the sourcing is a little unclear or difficult to find, or where he's getting that. But so far it's pretty good. I read a couple chapters, and one of the reasons I got it was because we had a bit of there was not a squabble. I don't know what the right word is. People were fussing over my toenail getting crooked again, because I mentioned on Tucker and Jones the Rothschilds and Where is it at? Trying to find here. Here it is. So there's more to this story, and actually, even though yes, I did technically misread the page, I will admit that I was incorrect. So when in the Rothschild's biography, that page, which is, to be fair, it's actually worded really weird. It's unclear. It's hard to tell what he's talking about, but he was actually saying that the original Rothschild loan was to the Kerensky transitional government, which was very short. And then Lenin, when he came to power, there was still an expectation that he was supposed to repay that loan, but he didn't. So it wasn't supposedly, Rothschild directly sending the money to Lenin. So I did misread that. However, the biographer goes on to note that Rothschild would have let the loan go anyway because he supported the overthrow of the Tsar. Now, beyond that, it turns out, as Coleman argues, there's evidence to suggest that Peter Schiff funded the overthrow explicitly. And here's what's interesting about that is that it's even deeper than I thought, because if you go back to their archives, and this is in 1904, they started giving loans to the Japanese government so that there could be the overthrow of the Tsar. So in other words, we know that in 1904 and 5, they had money being loaned to Japan to overthrow the Tsar. And this is at the Rothschild's archive. This is not a conspiracy website. It says the bonds here are issued in 1905 to the Imperial Japanese government, 50 million pounds loan from the London Rothschild banking syndicate. So notice, this is not just the Schiffs or the Warburgs. This is a syndicate. Now, separate from this, when I was a research student, I found in our library the Warburg diaries. And there was an entire entry of the Warburg diaries where they were discussing support and hope that Lenin would be successful. Now, I don't recall if that entry mentions any numbers or amount, but it does mention that they were hopeful for and supported the overthrow. Whether that was Lenin or Trotsky, I don't recall, because this was like 10 years ago. But you'll notice right here that at the Rothschild's archives, and this is a PhD dude that wrote his dissertation on the Rothschild family. So that's who wrote. You can look up this guy. He has interviews on YouTube. But he says the Tsarist government's odious treatment of what the Rothschilds called their co-religionists, that is, Jews in Russia, was the principal driver of the wedge between the Jewish household and the Tsarist regime. Indeed, during the Russo-Japanese War, which ended in a humiliating defeat for Russia, many Jewish financiers, most notably Schiff, Kuhn, and Loeb, not only abstained from lending to Russia, but also actively supported the overthrow. Thus, the Rothschilds were involved and had already been loaning to the Tsars in the 1800s. So it's actually deeper than I suspected here in this initial mistake that I made. But I'm actually glad the mistake happened, because the people that are trying to debunk me, it's actually way worse than what they were trying to debunk, which was my legitimate misreading of the 1 million rubles wired to Lenin, which is actually wired to the Kerensky government. But I mean, even still, wiring it to the Kerensky government shows that they wanted to overthrow the Tsar too. So who cares? I mean, whether it's wired to Lenin or whether it's wired to Trotsky or Kerensky, it's like the same desire to overthrow the Tsar. So again, people will like highlight and obsess over footnotes and ignore the overall argument that you're making. And this post that I put here 100% shows that I think I'm correct. Now, Coleman goes on to argue that Schiff didn't just work as part of this syndicate in 1904, but that also he was doing this further on into his American banking projects as well. So in other words, Schiff did continue to work as a sort of attaché or front for the Rothschilds. And you'll notice right here, it says these were all part of a syndicate. Here you have the Rothschild's biographer himself noting, this is the other guy, not my Morton book, but at the website, I think his name is Dr. Hassani or Hassan. He's like an Arab dude. which is odd because you have an Arab dude writing, but maybe he's an Arab Jew. I don't know. But he says right here, they were all part of a syndicate. So even if the money came from Kuhn and Loeb, that's still indirectly Rothschild money through the same syndicate that they're all part of. So people are playing these word games like, it doesn't exactly say that Lord Rothschild himself signed. It doesn't matter. It's their syndicate, dude. Who cares? Now, why do they want to do this? To get back to your question, well, apparently the Tsar wanted to counteract Western degeneracy with a Christian league. Okay, this is not the same league or the Holy League that is sometimes talked about in terms of, I think, the Austro-Hungarian Empire. This is what he wanted to set up himself. And I noticed, too, to back up some of what Coleman says, for example, he says the Kaiser had to consult the Rothschilds about whether he could go to war or not. That's true. That's in the Morton biography. So, I think Coleman is right more than he's wrong, whether you like Coleman, Dr. John Coleman, or not. I mean, I've read most of his books now, or at least half of them, and he's more right than he is wrong. So anyway, I did want to touch on that because, yes, technically I did misread one page in the biography. Oh, I guess I got to retire. My whole career's over. You misstated something. Now, on the nominalist stuff, I'm not wrong. I'm totally right about all that. So let's take a couple calls and we'll do more super chats. Hunchback, what's up? Unmute. Can't hear you, man. Jay Rome, what's up? Well, cool, bro. If I'm wrong, you can call in and make the argument. I mean, it should be obvious that Luther's doctrine of justification is literally nominalist in the way that it functions to have you move out of a dispositional, a state of God's disposition towards you being anger and hate to love on the basis of extrinsic righteousness. That literally is the Lutheran position. Jay Rome, what's up? Can you guys not talk? Like, there's no audio today? What's going on? Hello? Can you guys hear me? Is this not coming through, or is it coming through? Did I not turn on the microphone or something? Dord, what's up? Unmute. Dord, unmute. Dorda, whatever your name is. Is the mic not on? I don't understand. It says mic is on. Can you guys not hear me? Let me check and make sure that I turned on permissions. It says they're on. Can anyone hear me? Give me some emojis if you guys can hear me. Hello? Can you guys hear me? I don't understand. There's no emojis. Sepulcher, what's up? Unmute. Unmute. Sepulcher, unmute.
Oh, hey, Jay.
What's up?
Congrats on the interview. It was pretty awesome.
Thank you.
Yep. I just had a couple of comments, and of course, want to get your thoughts as well. But I was just thinking, because like growing up, pretty much, the teaching I was always taught as a non-denominational Protestant basically was like, there's the 12 apostles, and then there's Uther, and then the next tier of the holy men are like
Uther. Uther.
Yeah.
You mean Luther?
Who's
Uther?
Luther.
It just sounded like you said Uther. Go ahead.
My bad. But yeah, so like usually the curriculum we had or whatever is kind of like the 12 apostles, then Luther, and then the founding fathers are like the next, because they don't have saints, right? So they got to idolize someone. But anyway, basically I was thinking you kind of were critiquing their sacred cow, right? Because Luther is like an unquestionable giant. The printing press, Tyndale, they're all sacred cows. And basically you examine one of them. So they got mad. But my main thought really is ultimately ignorance is like their biggest offense. Because whenever you question metaphysics or things like that, it's always like, I don't know, we just don't know. I just follow ambiguous Jesus. And once you start, describing the flaws and errors of Luther, etc., suddenly they have all the answers and know everything more than you do. Meanwhile, they never cover these topics, in their whole life or any of their sermons. They're too busy doing the same altar calls to the same 17 people every week to make sure the once saved, always saved card stays active, because in case the last 58 times the altar call didn't work. But anyway.
Yeah, that's definitely the case in a lot of these evangelical churches. So, but yeah, man, I appreciate that. Dorda, what's up? I mean, I haven't had one Protestant willing to come on and defend why I'm wrong about Luther's doctrine of justification being nominalist. Literally not one yet, even though thousands of them are like talking smack nonstop. So, I mean, it seems like one of them could at least come and defend the position and tell me why I'm wrong. But Dorda, unmute, man. We just tried this, dude. Where you at?
Hello, Brother Jay.
Hey, what's going on?
Well, it is not Dordan, but Georgia or George, let's say, easier for English-speaking people. So when I heard about nominalist, I didn't connect that in past, but when you said that, it was so clear. It was so clear that Protestantism is actually nominalism, like hidden nominalism. Yeah. And they always say by fruits you know them. If you look at nominalism as a seed in 16th and 15th century, then seed of Luther ideas are transgender people, fruits of their ideology, basically. Mm-hmm. So I don't know how can they claim, okay, we have science and we expand so much and this is fruit of our theology, when you really cannot connect that with Protestantism.
Yeah, just wait until I argue that the filioque and absolute divine simplicity lead to transgenderism and transgenderism and all their nonsense, because I saw people saying, Frosty didn't blame the filioque for it. Yeah, I do, actually. Now, obviously, people had gender dysphoria / mental problems before the Middle Ages and the filioque, but that's because these problems are demonic, and the spiritual root of these problems relates to bad spiritual theology and not proper spiritual practice. So if you are worshiping and following demonic ideologies, it's going to manifest itself in demonic practices. By the way, this guy who just literally just Trump's butt buddy here that pushes out nonstop MAGA gibberish. This dude started sounding off and wouldn't debate. I offered him very politely to come have a formal public discussion. He lost it, called me an unhinged lunatic. They're all saying I'm a druggie because I have a Mac and me colorful profile picture. And I'm like, what does that have to do with being a druggie? I just think Mac and me is funny. The extent of my druggie adventures were a few times dropping acid in high school. So I don't even drink. So I think it's a stretch to call me a druggie from my old experimentation when I was a teenager with hallucinogens. And I don't even like pills. I'm not into pills. I don't drink alcohol. So I wouldn't call myself a druggie, but that's really the only thing they could come up with, because this dude, by the way, he just lost it, dude. He was just going frothing only because I simply asked him to come debate. And then he's like, no, you're a fucking druggie. Why would I ever talk to you? Because you're an unhinged lunatic. And I'm like, dude, you literally look like Beavis and Butthead smashed together into one. So you want to get into making jokes, we can do that. And this got like 35,000 views, over 1,000 likes. So he wanted to act like he's the superior in wit. And I'm like, all right, let's get witty then. And he got massively super ratioed. And then he's like, who cares about ratios? Well, you do, because you talk about your Trump butt buddy ratios. And then, so people are like just going insane. I don't know what their problem is. And then I, hypocrite, who I've always been super cordial with, had good conversations with, He decided to flip out on me. He's like, "You're a coward because you won't debate Mahler." And I'm like, "That dude is insane. He's a psycho. That dude knows his shit." And I'm like, "Okay, well then why don't you come debate if you're going to defend Protestantism?" "I don't know theology." I'm like, "Well, if you don't know theology, how do you know that Mahler knows his shit? That dude's insane, obviously." So debate my big bro, or else you're a coward. This is so annoying when people do this. They're like, debate my big bro, or you're a coward. Well, why don't you debate? Because I don't know these subjects. Well, then how do you know that the guy that you're wanting me to debate knows the subjects? And it's weird too, because like all of these people I've been like super cordial to, nice. Just, hey, dude, what's up, man? You want to come have a conversation? You want to have a formal debate? We can set up a formal public debate. You want to come have a chat? It doesn't matter how you say it. And then they act like you're this insane, unhinged, just debate bro lunatic. Well, dude, if you're going to talk shit to me, we've always had this policy where people that want to talk smack, I give you the chance. I come prove your case. If you want time to make your case and I won't talk, we can do that. All you do is scream over people and mute them. No, I don't. You don't get to make fallacies over here on this channel, or fallacious arguments. But if you want to have a time where I don't talk, we've always given people that option too. You can have 2, 3, 5 minutes. You can make your case. So I don't know. This guy just lost it on me. And then R.M. McIntyre, the dude that works for Glenn Beck. I mean, he starts talking shit about, this guy's his analyses are comical. Okay, well, cool. You want to come have a formal debate? No. So literally none of the people who are out here losing their minds will even come defend the positions. They won't even say where or why I'm wrong. They're just saying, look, this guy's schizo. Guys, this guy's schizo. He talks about yoga, Oppenheimer, charismatics. He's schizo. Well, if I'm schizo, by the way, it should be really easy to come debunk, right? Wouldn't you be building your platform if I'm like super stupid and schizo and crazy? Should be pretty easy. But it's just weird because nobody even cares or wants to have a good faith discussion or a good faith formal debate. We've literally got like 10 debates coming up. Okay, most of those are in person. So this idea that, he only screams over people on podcasts, that's obviously not true. John, what's up? John, what's up?
Going back to the Rothschild, which you actually made a funny little mistake, but it's funny, is you said Peter Schiff funded.
I meant Jacob Schiff, excuse me.
No, but that would even be funnier if Peter Schiff did it.
Right.
No, the Schiffs and the Rothschilds, you see, it usually helps if people actually read history. That usually helps. Because I think the only book I haven't read on the Rothschilds is the John Coleman book.
Okay.
And so the Schiffs and the Rothschilds were intermarried.
Oh,
already.
Great point. Thank you.
And they were intermarried through the Warburgs.
Oh, wow. So this is a literal combine that's intermarried.
Yeah, I mean, their daughter, like the Schiff's daughter was a Warburg, and then their daughter married Nathaniel Rothschild.
Good.
The literal guy who got the, Waterloo.
Yeah, because Keith Woods even tried to come fact check me on this. So say that again. So you're saying that the Schiffs were intermarried with Rothschilds?
The Schiffs and the Rothschilds were intermarried. So were the Warburgs. And not only that, but you see, the name Rothschild, I know you know this, but for everybody else, the name Rothschild means Roten Shield. It means the red shield.
Right.
Their real name is Bauer. Bauer.
Mm-hmm.
The reason they took the name Rothschild is because they were called the House of the Red Shield. Well, in the Hudengasse, the German Jewish ghetto, in now here's my senior mind's kicking in. which I can't remember which city they were in, like Hamburg or something.
By the way, that backs up John Coleman too, because John Coleman says basically what you just said.
Yeah, so in the ghetto, they were a lending house.
Right.
And they were called the House of the Red Shield.
Right.
And the shifts were called the House of the Green Shield.
Ah. So, well, okay, so the book talks about the Morton biography talks about the Green Shield House, but I didn't realize that was the shifts.
Yeah, the shifts ran the Green Shield House as a part of the Rothschild lending service. Ah,
okay, interesting.
So the shifts were always employed by the Rothschilds, even back to the first founder. Amschel is the head of the first Rothschild. Right. I can't remember the guy's name who was the head of the Schiffs, the first one. But yeah, by the time you get up to Jacob Schiff, when they go in with Kuhn Loeb and Company,
yes,
which is a Wall Street firm that's run. This is by the time they've worked their way up from basically picking the pockets of the German nobility,
right,
and they move over into the legitimized world of Wall Street. And so Kuhn Loeb is Rothschild. It's they're basically the same thing.
That's what this guy is saying in the at the Rothschild's family archive too. He says they are part of a syndicate.
Yeah. They had N.M. Rothschild was one house. Kuhn Loeb was another one, and then what was the other name? I can't remember what the other name. There was another house, but they were all basically the same. Another good book to read on this is The Merchant Bankers by Joseph Wamba, and that's talking about the beginnings of the city of London. And you learn by reading that book and other books on the same subject is they just borrow from each other. They're just trading debt to each other. So when somebody takes on when somebody does a loan, is going to borrow money from some bank and they don't have enough to back it up, the Red Shield House goes to the Green Shield House and borrows money. It's like a shell game.
And what was that book? Because I'm going to get that.
It's called The Merchant Bankers.
Okay. Yeah,
excellent. I think I might have gave you a copy of it before.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, that's really good. Appreciate that, John. I mean, if you did give me a copy, I'm not aware of that. Let me see what it looks like. I don't remember. I'll have to look and see if I can find. If you gave me a copy. Lex Rex, what's up, man? That's really good. Lex Rex, unmute. Lex Rex, last chance, dude. I don't know. It's just maybe X is not working good today. Parks, what's up?
Yo, what's up, Jay?
Good. What's up?
Hey, man. I've been a long time listener of the content. I just want to say I really appreciate everything you do. I saw Orrin McIntyre was calling the nominalism take comical, and dude, it's just so funny. It's I replied to it and pretty much pointed out that even if you don't see the logical conclusion of your position, it doesn't mean that there's not a logical conclusion. And I almost feel like Protestants have this veil where they can't see that their theology is based on Enlightenment principles, or if they do, they're not willing to give those up. And it's like this insistence of I just want to express my right to individual conscience, but they refuse to see that this, it essentially just leads to antinomianism, where you're like your own God or whatever. And it's just like in scripture where, whatever you desire, if it's contrary to what, God is toward, you're going to be given up over to that. So I don't know. I feel like part of it is just sort of Part of it is a cope because I think they see that a lot of Orthodox are coming over, or sorry, a lot of Protestants are coming over to Orthodoxy. And then I think part of it too is just, I don't know, maybe stubbornness.
Well, I think a lot of these people they don't know anything about philosophy. They've never had philosophy classes. They have no idea what it even is. I saw one Protestant profile was like, I just read Wikipedia, and this guy did not go into all the details of what nominalism actually is. Yeah, it's a 2-hour podcast with 5 minutes on the topic, dude. Derek, what's up? Derek, I'm mute.
Hey Jay, how you doing?
Good. What's up?
So I seen you on Tucker. Did Tucker make any mention of business church to you? Because I know that he is involved in some series that they're getting ready to do on the religion business.
I just interviewed the guy that he had on.
Oh, okay. I hadn't seen that.
Yeah, go to my channel. I did an interview with Nathan Apfel. So, yeah. CC, what's up? CC, I'm mute. Donkey Brains, what's up? CC, I'm mute, and then Donkey Brains.
Hey Jay.
Hey.
Big fan. Love the Tucker interview.
Thank you.
I just had a question about something you brought up. In regard to sort of science and Christianity and the splitting of the atom kind of being potentially like a demonic force.
Mm-hmm. Okay. What's the question?
Sorry. I was just walking over a bunch of stairs. I didn't expect to answer. I'm kind of out of breath. But so I guess my question is just, where do you think it could potentially, like, nuclear power in general could potentially maybe be used for good? So do you think that it could potentially be demonic in nature and something to avoid altogether? Or do you think it maybe depends on what the application is?
Probably the application. I mean, I live near a giant Kentucky nuclear power plant, and it seems to give people cheap electricity and energy. So I would say that I don't see a problem with that. But I was referring to I think it's a chapter in the book Strange Angel, or it's Michael Hoffman talking about Jack Parsons and Strange Angel. And Hoffman has a chapter where he talks about the splitting of the atom being kind of like a ritual sacrifice. That's what I was referring to. So it comes out of Secret Society of Psychological Warfare by Hoffman. Hagios, what's up? I don't know that means Oppenheimer himself was an esotericist. I don't even think he was that much of a scientist. I remember Quigley saying that Oppenheimer was basically just a publicity person. So, Hagios, what's up?
Hello?
Yep. What's up, man?
What's up, Jay? I'm Jay as well.
Good job, man. Proud of you for having a good name.
Okay, awesome. So, we spoke a while back. You gave me some kill shots for Catholicism, and I've been, reviewing the details you gave me and whatnot. But so why doesn't Fatima approve Catholicism?
Why what?
So, like, what is your approach thoroughly to Fatima? Like a concise way to put it?
I thought you said "fuck you up," man. Fatima.
No.
Yeah, I mean, it really wouldn't matter whether Fatima was a divine revelation or whether it was a psyop or whether it was demonic. I mean, because our theology, our religion is not guided by signs and wonders. It's guided by what was already settled in the ecumenical councils and the deposit of faith that ended, according to Jude. Like, the deposit of faith was complete when the last apostle died. So I do not believe Fatima. I think that there's a lot of possibilities. It could have been geopolitically engineered. It could have been, it could be just a fake news story. I mean, none of us were there, and we're supposed to just believe that, oh, well, it was in the local Portuguese papers. Yeah, so what? I mean, there have been fake news stories in papers since the 1890s. So, or even before. So, why am I supposed to think that Fatima proves Catholicism? I mean, the kill shot for that is, Zaytun doesn't prove Coptic theology, so why would Fatima prove Roman Catholicism?
Okay. And then could you get like a quick few books you recommend for someone looking into the Eastern Orthodox faith?
Yeah, I mean, coming from the Roman Catholic perspective, an easy readable book would be Michael Welton's book, Two Paths. and Vladimir Lossky's book, Mystical Theology of the Eastern Church, and Greek East, Latin West by Sherrard is a good one too. Your wife's boyfriend, what's up? Glad to finally talk to you, man. Glad to finally talk to you.
Real quick, Jay.
Yeah, sure.
One more thing. So I just want to point this out. The Frederick Morton book, the one that you read,
Mhm.
in 1970, they had a Broadway play about that book that was very famous.
Really?
So that book is. There might even be a movie of it, if I'm.
Well, there's an old like 1920s movie about the Rothschilds.
Yeah, I think there's some other.
Oh, there's another one. Okay, another one.
Yeah, but it's based off. But the play is definitely based off of that book that you read.
My wife's boyfriend left, and now, oh, here he is. He's back. I'm glad to finally talk to you, dude. I was wondering who my wife's boyfriend actually was.
Hello?
Yeah, what's up?
Hey, Jay, what's up, man? I just want to say thanks for everything you do. And I'm Protestant, but I've been listening to you for a while. And I do have a question.
It's
James
pronounced
White-
Quartian.
What's that?
It's pronounced Quartian.
Question. Yeah. So I have a question. So James White, he, I guess he had a response, or he watched the interview with you and Tucker. So he had some stuff to say about that. I was wondering if you were ever able to catch that, or
No, I don't follow James White.
okay.
Do you want to summarize? You want to make the argument he made?
Yeah. Well, he said something about. Geez, it escapes me right now, but I could probably remember it in like later. But
Yeah, well, you can call back in if you want to. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thanks,
just
man.
call back in if you think of it.
Whatever he said, he was wearing a sweater when he said it. We do know that.
According to the way it works in their theology, it's only universal binding Protestant magisterium when James White wears the Cosby sweater. Then it's actually binding. So Protestants have, or Papists have the idea that it's, from the chair, from the seat of Peter. And the Protestants have the idea that it's from the sweater, ex Cosbios sweateros, meaning from the Cosby sweater. Braden, what's up, man?
Yo, I had a question about the Tucker interview, because I was listening to it and I was curious your take on whether or not he's been to a liturgy, or like what his timeline on possibly attending a liturgy is, because I believe that
he's been to many because he's traveled the world. So yeah, he says he's been to liturgies in the Middle East, Russia. So he's been to many. But like I said, when I was talking to Father Ivanov last night, I mean, Tucker's pretty honest about his hangups. He says he struggles with iconography and giving up sola scriptura. And he says, he didn't say this in confidence, but he said, I don't really have good arguments against those positions. I just am unable at this point to grapple with it. So that's where he's at. So yeah, pray for him. Luigi, what's up, man? Luigi, what's up, dude?
What's up, Jay? Yeah, so it's funny that last guy was talking about the James White video that he made critiquing some of the stuff you were saying. I actually have a question about that as well.
Okay.
At one point, he was talking about the Second Council of Nicaea, and essentially saying that we shouldn't put any stock into it because it was a foregone conclusion, because it was his critique was that the Empress Irene had a certain conclusion in mind that she wanted, and essentially that means that it was a foregone conclusion. So I just wanted to...
All right, well, that's a bunch of assertions, and that's why I say that you need to actually read John Damascus's book, Defense of the Holy Images, because that's the philosophical case, and then you need to read On the Holy Icons by St. Theodore the Studite, both of which books are not very long. But St. Theodore's is a theological case based on Christology. So the reason James White doesn't understand this is because he's Christologically heterodox. I mean, I have his book for, Forgotten Trinity. There's like Trinitarian heresies all through that book. We've been calling that out for years. So James White doesn't know anything about Trinity and Christology other than like basic bitch Baptist level stuff. So he doesn't understand that iconography is literally directly in a golden chain connected to incarnational hypostatic union theology. So if you get that wrong, you're going to get everything else wrong, particularly the sacraments, ecclesiology, etc. Jake, what's up? By the way, that's an assertion. He needs to demonstrate that. I mean, I could come back and say, oh, okay, every Protestant council and Protestant confession, because James White follows the London Baptist Confession, which, by the way, if you don't know, that's actually just a copy paste of the Westminster Confession of the Calvinists, except they just took out the infant baptism part. So I would just simply say, okay, fine, the London Baptist Confession is a foregone conclusion rip-off copy-paste of the Westminster Confession. So you're like a fake and gay version of Presbyterians. What's up, man? Jake, what's up, man? I'm you.
Hey, Jay. Well done on Tucker.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say, actually, a shout out to that interview a couple before that Tucker had with the Liberty survivor.
Oh yeah,
I thought that was
that guy.
Good. Yeah, he's like 80 something. He's got to be. I'm just kind of doing this rough math, but I thought it was a pretty good dovetail and compliment to kind of this Protestant meltdown over your interview.
Yeah, Protestant evangelical Zio gibberish is melting down too.
Yeah, because he said something right at the very end when Tucker asked him if he's still preaching, because he mentioned that, and he said, like, his quote, he said, "No, preaching doesn't pay very well when you're honest," and I'm like, because it just sounds like he's still kind of or a Protestant of some kind, but he kind of seems like an exception to maybe a boomer or post-boomer, because if he's over 80, but yeah. I just thought that was kind of cool. So I wonder if that interview added to anything of what we know, or it's kind of just...
I've not seen that one yet, so I've only seen... I just started watching the guy covering banking, which was really good. So he had that guy on, the German guy, Richard Werner, and I got halfway through that interview, and it was really good, talking about how essentially wars are bankers' wars. So that was the one I've been listening to. I haven't got to the USS Liberty guy, but I mean, I knew about the USS Liberty. You guys don't know this, but Alex Jones used to have a documentary on the Liberty and the false flag stuff on Prison Planet in like 2005 and 6. So when I became a Prison Planet member for like $4.95 a month back at the time, I remember watching all of those documentaries. And there's an evangelical pastor in Canada. I forget that guy's name, but he used to make documentaries about Christian Zionism. He's like a weird kind of goobery looking Protestant Canadian pastor. I cannot remember that guy's name, but you can still find those documentaries. Alex used to have all those documentaries too behind the Prison Planet paywall. But I want to remind you guys too that we will be doing an upcoming interview series. We filmed 3 of these episodes this last weekend in Nashville. Together with Pavel Shalin. He is known as the, quote, Russian Pajot. He gets called a CIA operative by people in Russia, and then I get called a KGB operative by people in America. So we thought it would be fun to have a 9 or 10 part podcast series together with Pavel. Super smart dude. We've hung out with him at Neil and Kate's at the Supra that we did a few months ago in Florida, and got to know him and his buddy Andrew pretty good. And then we went to have dinner the other night, and then we went to have to film the first 3 episodes, and then we'll probably meet next week, film another 3, and then another 3. So we've got 3 in the can. It went very deep, very heavy. He's a very, very highly intelligent dude, and I would say it's even perhaps a little more academic than the Tucker discussion. It's like I'm not dissing Tucker or that discussion. I'm saying that this will be like an even more sort of like graduate level type of discussion, because Pavel brings the heat. So I was trying to match kind of his intellectual level. And Pavel is his whole study is political philosophy and international relations philosophy. So he knows that stuff better than I do. But I brought a lot of the sort of philosophy and the geopolitical espionage angle to it. And so we hit both of those domains, with an Orthodox worldview. So this is going to be, I think, a really fascinating discussion. You guys have probably seen him doing shows with Pajot. I think they've done some podcasts. He did a podcast with John Heers, buddy of ours. That's Father Heers' brother. So look for the Pavel Shalin interview coming up. Jason, what's up, man? How you doing? Jason, what's on your mind? You want to unmute?
Is this thing on?
Yes, sir.
Dyer, congratulations on the Tucker conversation.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Congratulations, and God bless to you and your family. One thing I've noticed that is kind of getting overlooked in all this is the Fabian socialism or the Fabian Society.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I've been talking about this thing for 3 years and got called all the names by the very smart people like Warren McIntyre. And I know you've been talking about it even longer than that. So the question really is, yeah, of course, there was a discussion on Rogan about it.
Right.
So my question is kind of open-ended. Is like, why now? Because that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Why now what?
Why now Fabian society? Why now Fabian socialism is being openly talked about?
Because
I find that very interesting.
Because it's so in everybody's face in the UK. And it's like they can't.
Right.
There's no more hiding it. There's no, like, all of the destruction is just like, yeah, okay, fine, we're all Fabian socialists. What are you going to do about it? Yeah, Keir Starmer was Fabian socialist. Yeah, sure. So what? So I think it's just so in everybody's face that.
So then do you think like it's going to be part of the? Is this part of the synthesis now? Right? Because it's like you know, the opposition, you're creating the division. Is this part of the synthesis?
It could be. I mean, I think it could be. I remember reading, you know, to go back to John Coleman, we've been talking about. He has a really good book called World Socialism, and in that book, he talks pretty extensively about Rothschild funding for Fabian socialism, and that's how I kind of tie these things together. People think if you talk about Fabian socialists, oh, you're covering up for Zionists, you're covering up. No, it's the Rothschilds with the Milner Circle were supporting the Fabian socialists, the Lloyd George government, the Labor Party, all of that. And, because some of them were conservative. Yeah, but as we saw from the biography, some of the Rothschild sons were conservative and some were liberal. And that was by design, according to Meyer himself. So the fact that some are liberal and some are conservative, or the fact that Tiny Mustache Man arrested one of the members of the family in Austria, none of that disproves anything about the thesis that we discuss, especially if, as John pointed out earlier on, these are part of a syndicate. So in other words, just because Jacob Schiff's doing something doesn't mean that the rest of the syndicate isn't necessarily also supporting it, right? Like Kuhn, Loeb, Rothschilds, and others. And Coleman, just like the recent Two World Wars book that my publisher put out, Coleman theorizes, just like that book does, that J.P. Morgan is one of the fronts in the U.S. for Rothschild. So several authors have come to that thesis. We don't exactly know for sure, because you guys have to remember, some of the banking stuff is still secret. So people have to get access to go study at the Bank for National Settlements, and they give you like permission to do it, and then you have to get it approved, whatever you write. So if you guys know, there was a guy that recently wrote, which I haven't bought the book yet, it's on my to get list. There was a guy that recently wrote a official Bank for National Settlements history book, kind of like Alex Abella was, you know, invited into Rand Corporation and wrote Soldiers of Reason. They let a guy come write a BIS book. So we don't exactly know for sure. We know that it was the Reichsbank, and then we know that Allen Dulles and McKittrick were instrumental in transitioning that bank after World War II into the Bank for National Settlements. Speculation is then that there was a lot of J.P. Morgan interest in the Bank for National Settlements, which would then give credence to the idea that if J.P. Morgan, kind of like Schiff, Kuhn, and Loeb, is a Rothschild front, then yes, there's still funding there for both sides. And although people don't like the Rakovsky interrogation, Rakovsky in that interrogation, if it's legit, Rakovsky says, yes, the Rothschilds were funding both sides of this because they wanted the world wars and they wanted the dialectic to eventually force the synthesis. And so he argues that they preferred Trotsky and Trotskyism. They weren't huge fans of Lenin even per se. But even if the Rothschilds didn't think that Lenin was the best, it doesn't matter because they're still Trotskyites. And so he argues that he himself, Sidney Riley, and some other people were like legitimately directly agents for the Rothschilds. By the way, the Morton biography says he doesn't name them, but he says that the Rothschilds had their own secret espionage intelligence agents. So people can, again, diss the Rakovsky interrogation, but most of the claims you can find separate sourcing for that. I bought, by the way, go ahead, John.
I was going to say the Rothschilds are also tied in with Interpol in the beginning.
Exactly, the beginning of Interpol, yeah.
And if you're looking for the J.P. Morgan connect to the Rothschilds, it actually comes through George Peabody.
Oh, wow.
Because the other partner with Morgan is a guy named George Peabody. And if I'm remembering correctly, there's Barings Bank in London. He conspires with them on something. I just can't remember what it is. There's another quick point was when you're talking about the funding of the Third Reich through the Warburgs. If you get the book, this is a mainstream book. Anybody can go buy it. It's by Niall Ferguson. Niall Ferguson wrote the mainstream history of the Rothschilds.
Yeah, I think I have that.
It's a two-volume thing, but he also did the history of the Warburgs too. And he's the author who's his famous book is The Ascent of Money and some of those other books.
Yeah, Niall Ferguson wrote the official approved one. It's more updated than the Morton one was not official, but it was approved. And then I think the Ferguson one is maybe even like an official one. I have Niall Ferguson's book on the British Empire, not the Rothschilds.
Yeah, he has a book on he did an autobiography of Solomon Warburg.
Mm.
And in that book, Solomon Warburg says that they funded Tiny Mustache.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but he says that after the way he makes an excuse for it in there is like, well, and then he started doing bad stuff and we didn't like that, so we moved out to Germany.
Yeah.
But he says in that book that they were on board with him at first.
Well, it's the same idea with Japan, right? Like, it's not like the Rothschilds believed in the Japanese emperor. They're funding the Japanese emperor to fight the Russians to take out the Tsar. That's what the Rothschild archives explicitly say.
I know, but see, that's the problem.
I know you know that. I'm saying for the audience.
No, I know. I'm saying to the audience too.
Okay.
That's the problem. Is you think that these people like are on board with the ideologies? They're not.
No, the Rothschild biography says they didn't care about the ideologies.
Yeah, they'll fund whatever if you are useful to them. I mean, you think they really care about the Skittles movement? They're using that as a thing to destroy your culture. It's not like they care literally about the people themselves.
Yeah. Do you remember that discussion between Mr. Green and James Bond in Quantum of Solace?
Yeah, vaguely.
So basically, I thought maybe it would pop up on YouTube, but I don't see it. But basically, Mr. Green, who works for Spectre, which you could say is basically the Rothschild interest, if you wanted to say that. So Mr. Green is for those that don't know, Quantum of Solace is not that great of a movie, but it's a great plot. It's a little underrated, but basically they're moving into a region where they're trying to capitalize on water rights, and they want to control all the water in this area. And Mr. Green is like partly using the green agenda, and everybody thinks that Mr. Green is working for Spectre to get control of oil. And then I think in the plot, they're like, well, there's no oil here, so what's Mr. Green actually after? And there's this discussion where Mr. Green is sitting there, and he's like, you have to understand, we fund left-wing people, we fund right-wing people, we fund fascists, we fund communists, we don't care. He's like, we're funding it to take over the resources. And basically, they're just trying to monopolize the entire water supply that was discovered in, I don't know, Tanzania or some weird place, I forget where it is in the movie, but so they're using the green agenda as a scam to block anybody looking for, quote, oil, but that's actually so that they can get in there and have a monopoly on the water. And then Spectre's going to basically, do the Nestle style, corporatizing of all water supplies. But that's the point, though, is that Mr. Green is explaining to James Bond, he's like, we don't care about ideologies. We're not ideologically committed. We're here to get the resources, bro. That's what Epstein says to Ariane de Rothschild in at least 2 or 3 of the emails that we've covered a million times. He's like, oh, there's going to be chaos here in Somaliland. We can move in and profit here. Oh, there's going to be chaos in the European debt crisis. Let's move in here and profit from that. That's what this is about, or a lot of it.
Another thing too is, like, speaking of resources, is if you look in the history of the Rockefellers, they get like massive bank loans in the 1800s from the Bank of Cleveland. Some people have speculated, I haven't seen it like for an actual fact, that the Bank of Cleveland is a Rothschild bank. I don't know if that's true. I could speculate and say that it probably is, but because they got billions of dollars in loans at a time when, like, that just wasn't something that happened.
Interesting.
And that's how they were able to, if anybody knows the history of the Rockefellers, they would basically go into an area where somebody was like a wildcatter with the oil, and then they'd buy up all the land around you and then kind of force you to sell your land too. And if you didn't sell, they'd blow up your wells.
Oh, wow. Yeah, the Rockefellers did the same thing with Pinkertons. Same strategy. Yeah, also...
The original seed money comes from Bank of Cleveland, and it's like, well, like, nobody was just walking into a bank back then and just saying, like, hey...
Yeah, I need like $1 billion, please. Yeah, dude, can I get like $1 billion or whatever? Hey, bro, could you like spot me a bill? Could you just spot me like 1 bill, bro? I promise I'll pay you back like next week with interest or whatever.
That's what the banks in the city of London do with each other.
Yeah, and that's why I think this is great for you to call in here, because, dude, most people, they have no idea about the history of banking. That's like, who cares about that? That's a bunch of boring shit. No, actually, the Rothschild's biography is literally the Game of Thrones stuff, dude. Like, the Morton biography was way more exciting than I expected. It's not boring at all. It's like, literally, as Gatella, the matriarch, said, nobody has a war in Europe without my sons deciding it. She bragged about it, so. All right, let's get back to a little bit of Tucker here and catch up on this. Also had court alchemists and people. The founding of Rosicrucianism. Johann Andre is believed by some scholars to be the author of the Rosicrucian Manifesto. I forget exactly what it's called, but so that is there, and a lot of that has to do with Kabbalistic ideas.
Who are the Rosicrucians?
This was an Enlightenment era secret society of sorts, which in the 1600s, 1700s, there was a lot of these that were popping up everywhere, because you still had, in Protestant countries, you had certain laws that would, and in Catholic countries as well, they would forbid participation in secret societies. They would forbid, practicing of the occult in various ways. But you also had court alchemists and people that would kind of, like John Dee, he was the court astrologer to the Queen. So they would kind of do these things on the down low, secretly. And so you get a rise of these secret societies. This is where some of the first speculative Masonic lodges start to pop up in the 1500s, 1600s in Europe. But you also had a very interesting confluence of Hermetic and Kabbalistic groups that were popping up. Particularly, I saw a bunch of the Wignat pagan idiots saying, he never talked about the influence of Kabbalah, Talmud. I just said it right here, you idiots. Like, there it is right there. And we mentioned this, I think, yesterday, too. We talked about Isaac Casaubon. And there was quite a few of these Spanish rabbis. And I know Anthony Westgate just did a podcast. He was talking about Johann Reuchlin. Yeah, I'm aware of that, and I have talked about this stuff. I'm not trying to steal from Westgate's thunder. I think he's been doing a lot more. He's gone a lot deeper into this subject than I ever did. But, I did read Occult Renaissance Church of Rome by Hoffman, which covers Reuchlin and his influence on various reformers. Now, they're not all into a Kabbalah or whatever. Again, Luther, for example, and I think even that Roman Catholic dude, Dave Smith, I think was his name, years ago, he showed... he dug up a bunch of really interesting information of Luther's interest in various types of esotericism. So Luther was very influenced by the Theologia Germanica, which is a Neoplatonic text. So, for example, you might think, well, that's contradictory to you saying that Luther's a nominalist, because nominalism and Neoplatonism are opposites. You can have different influences, especially with different ideas and different doctrines. So, on the one hand, Luther might write against the Jews, but he also might be influenced by elements of rabbinic theology in terms of, say, returning to the text, right? So when Luther's debating John Eck, they have this debate in Eck's like, you're a Judaizer. How is Luther a Judaizer? Is he literally instituting shofars and blood moons like John Hagee? No, there's different ways you can Judaize. One way that you could Judaize is to say, I don't need the tradition of the church. I'm just going to go to the text, to the book religion. That's the sense in which it would be Judaizing. Obviously, we all know that Luther wrote on the Jews and their lies. I'm aware of that. I knew that. I've got the book. I read it years ago. I read 6 of Martin Luther's books when I was Protestant. Okay, so I'm not even a Luther expert. I don't care about Martin Luther. But nothing that I said is factually incorrect. I might have been able to state it better, but nothing I said is even really that controversial. Notice here what I said about John Dee. This is his symbol. It's 2 balls and a cane. That's a Masonic later ideology of Tubal Cain, 2 balls and a cane. It's a dick and 2 in your balls, because everything in Masonry is a bunch of phallic stuff. I'm not joking, I'm being serious. So John Dee was the court astrologer to Elizabeth, and his Enochian magic language, I think that was just spy code, cipher stuff. I don't think maybe he really believed in contacting spirits. He claimed to, I don't know. But it was also useful for, I think, espionage. But regardless, he's the first 007. So nothing I said here is actually controversial. If you actually just read, this is from scholarly books. This isn't from conspiracy books. I'll tell you when I'm citing a conspiracy book. Told you today, John Coleman's book, this is a conspiracy book, okay? And a lot of it's correct. A lot of it's backed up by the Morton book. So, but the idea that John Dee was a 007 and a magician, that's not even conspiracy. Spanish rabbis that were very popular in Spain seem to be involved in some of the rise of Kabbalistic influence in the West. And that, I think, by the way, this is all from Dame Frances Yates' book, Rosicrucian Enlightenment. So contributes in part to the Rosicrucians who, according to, there's a great book by Dame Frances Yates called Rosicrucian Enlightenment. She actually argues that the Enlightenment itself was heavily influenced by Rosicrucian ideology. So they were Neoplatonists, they were into magic, alchemy. So they were really interested in the idea of transmuting metals, into the Philosopher's Stone, which some people thought was a real thing you could do. And others thought, well, that's just an allegory for how to undergo transformation into your better self or to become God in a literal sense, not in the sense of Orthodox theology, but so all of these sort of different strains and strands
but basically
in the Hermetic world.
Witchcraft.
Yeah, you could say that. Yeah, a form of it. But again, that's all very diverse. I think in the case of John Dee, for example, he's the first 007. Did you know that?
No.
Yeah, so the 007, which is 2 balls and a cane, which is Tubal Cain, that's how John Dee would sign his secret letters to the Queen, because he was one of the influences on James Bond. I bet people heard that and they thought I was schizo because I said what sounds schizo when I'm citing what the Masons say about it. I don't believe that writing 0, 0, and 7 is magically bringing into reality some sex magic. I'm saying that Masons believe this about the symbology, you goobers. So that's where we get 007 from. And Ian Fleming consciously took that from John Dee. But yeah, and that's also factual. I have like 10 books on Ian Fleming on my shelf up there. I'm not even talking about the Bond books. I'm on Ian Fleming. That's not even controversial. My thesis, and other people think this as well, is that when he created this sort of magical angel language that he called Enochian after Enoch, it was just a way to do spy codes and ciphers. He might have actually done. Notice right there, I'm not schizo if I'm debunking John Dee's magic and saying that it's for espionage. So how could I be schizo if I'm saying that it's not real? And some rituals, but it was also very useful as a tool for sending messages to Elizabeth that other people couldn't decode.
Inflation makes credit card statements particularly.
By the way, do you know Elizabeth, if you look at the paintings of her, she had the famous painting of her she has a gown with a bunch of eyes on it. It's hard to see, but if you look at this picture, let me move me here. So this gown that she's wearing, Queen Elizabeth, it's got eyes painted all over it. And that's because she had the most famous, vast spy network during this period of the British Empire. So again, nothing I'm saying here is even controversial. People are just looking for anything to pick apart and fight over. It's just, I mean, you say anything. Oh, actually, that is not true.
Gary, you work 40, 50 hours a week just to buy groceries and gas, things.
Which Christendom calls the house. So the household is, in the Orthodox idea, kind of a little mini church. So absolutely, we got to be in the Bible all the time. And that shows that we're not anti-Bible like a lot of sort of Protestant evangelicals think.
So one of the reasons there was a Reformation in the first place is because the Catholic Church over time began to hide the Bible from Christians. And it was not published in the local language in Europe.
So people got mad because I didn't immediately correct Tucker that, yes, I know the first English Bible was technically a Catholic publication, but I still also believe that Tucker's point overall is correct, that the Roman Catholic Church was not interested in the liturgy being in the vernacular. So that's why I didn't correct him on this toenail niche squabble point that you all want to be perfect about.
It was in Latin. It was the Vulgate, and Luther's great breakthrough was to publish it in German, to translate himself into German. Did the Orthodox Church do the same?
Yes. In fact, this is one of the differences between the pre-Vatican II Roman Church and the Orthodox Church, is that the Orthodox always put it in the vernacular. Everything. The liturgy, homilies are supposed to be in the vernacular of the people. In fact,
that's true, and that's, I don't care what tradcats think. I'm actually correct here.
The Vulgate itself was originally the vulgar Bible. It was the Bible of the people.
Now, some tradcat tried to call me out today with a fairly large profile. The word vulgar in Latin, I'm not even a Latin scholar, is vulgaris. That's the language of the common people. That's where you get the term vulgar from, what's common. So again, these Roman Catholics even don't even know what they're talking about.
And so, yeah, I think there was an element to where the Latin Church, the Roman Church, had just sort of solidified into a kind of a tradition that, and it's not inherently wrong to maintain that linguistic heritage, but it's also possible to put it in the vernacular for the people. I mean, that's the whole idea behind translating the Bible into the languages of the people so that they can understand it. But that is one of the differences pre-Vatican II. But interestingly, after Vatican II, there were both Protestant and Orthodox influences on the reforms of the Roman Catholic Church, and thus Rome then began to emphasize the vernacular after Vatican II.
You said you were an iconoclast, a smasher of idols. Orthodoxy famously incorporates...
Again, people picked apart this. Tucker said an iconoclast smashes idols. That is not technically what an iconoclast is. That's a person who fights icons. Yeah, I know, dude. But this is why you don't get invited on large podcasts, is because you can't have a normal conversation with people. When you have a large, giant, million people are going to watch it podcast interview, you cannot sit there and pick apart the person about every little minuscule mistake. You can't have a conversation with people like that, you spurgs. So yeah, I had to choose on the spot in my mind which areas I'm going to focus on and which ones I'm not going to, because when you go on these types of shows, whether it's Piers Morgan or whether it's Tucker, you know that you're going to have a very limited response time frame to answer those questions. So you do have to choose which things you think are worth going into, and getting hung up over every little crooked toenail is not going to be a fruitful conversation.
Icons, paintings on wood, into its worship. What is that?
This is, again, a huge misunderstanding that we would argue, we believe, is part of proto-Christianity. It's part of Hebrew proto-Christianity. So when you go back to the book of Kings, when you go to the book of Exodus, and you see the way that the tabernacle and then later the temple are described, they are tremendously ornate. You've got gold images of angels, and you've got the Ark of the Covenant with, angelic imagery on it. So we don't believe that real Old Testament Christianity or Old Testament Judaism, you could say, not rabbinic Judaism. We think that's something different that developed in the 4th and 5th century.
What is something different?
Yeah. But proto-Christianity or the Hebrew tradition was not iconoclastic. They were against idols, but not all imagery. In fact, and this is something that really changed my mind when I was Calvinist, if you think about it, the Bible is a book, but words are just iconographic versions of images. They're a type of image.
Of course.
And so the more I thought about
written word, yeah.
The more I thought about that, it's like, well, you can't actually say all images are bad, because capital F-A-T-H-E-R, that's a type of an image. In the Orthodox Church, we don't typically image God the Father. We think that, as Jesus says in the book of John to the Pharisees, he says, no one has seen the Father at any time. And he's quizzing the Pharisees there because he's saying, so who do you think Moses was interacting with on Mount Sinai if no one saw the Father? Because it says Moses saw God face to face. Jesus is basically saying, I was talking to Moses. I'm God. That's why the Pharisees want to stone him in that chapter, because he's saying he's the face of God that was interacting with Moses. So this is why the book of Colossians, the book of Hebrews, call Jesus the icon, I-K-O-N in the Greek, the image of the Father. And this enrages the Pharisees. So we think that iconography directly flows out of the incarnation, the Son being the image of the Father. Thus, throughout the early church, you have the development of the liturgy, even in the 1st and 2nd century. And this has been shown through archaeological evidence, through people who study liturgy. They're called liturgists. Even Protestant Anglican liturgists note that the early church had altars, they had imagery, even synagogues in the 1st and 2nd century. One of the famous cases is the Dura Europa synagogue in Syria.
So I'm glad I did get to mention all that. and vomit all that out. I would add to that we have a documentary on this that covers the subject. I know we probably have a lot of Protestants watching or listening, and it's called Christian Worship in the Old Testament. It's a mini documentary that my buddy Lewis and Kai made over at Orthodox Shahada. It's very popular now. Glad to see that it's gotten almost 105,000 views. For many years, that sat there with like 10,000, 15,000 views. And it really shows and demonstrates why we think there is this continuity, that the apostles would not have been doing some sort of radical, Calvinist style revolution in how to worship God against the idea of how God had been worshipped at the temple for centuries. So be sure and check out Christian Worship in the Old Testament. I put it in the chat right here. How are there Protestant liturgists? Well, because Anglicans, many of the Anglicans have, Anglicans are high church, so they believe in liturgical worship. So, during the British Empire period, there were many Anglican liturgical scholars. There's even still some today. So, and probably some Lutherans as well. Anyway, so let's get back to this, and then we'll take some more calls here in a second.
I think it's from the early 200s. It's lined with images, paintings of Old Testament scenes and imagery. So the Orthodox Church, if you look at the De Europa Synagogue, is the most natural development of if Christianity was going to open up to the Gentiles and it was coming out of the temple and synagogue liturgical system, is exactly what it would look like. It would look like an Orthodox church, and lo and behold, that's what Orthodox churches look like. And by the way, I remember 2023, my priest, who's a great Russian Orthodox priest, Father Vladimir, he took us on a pilgrimage to Italy. And I was like, where are we going?
So here we go. Here is the Dura Europos interior. As you can see, this is a excavated 2nd century synagogue in Syria, and it shows you that at that time they were not, quote, iconoclastic. The entire interior here is lined with biblical painting and imagery on the wall. And this is what, by the way, this is now called, according to the Jewish news sites, this is the oldest synagogue intact in the world. According to Jewish Telegraph Agency right here, you can see that. Well, what do you know? It looks like Orthodox Church. Why does it look like an Orthodox church? Because Orthodox Christian worship naturally would flow out of the temple and synagogue worship. That's obviously what the apostles put together as the worship service for the church. And that, if that's true, it's over for the Protestants. This is another kill shot, because literally all of the Protestant apologists online, whether it's Gavin Ortland or James White, they've literally built their entire case for the last 5 years just on icons, because they think if they can disprove iconography, then Orthodoxy and Catholicism are automatically de facto. They think it's the kill shot. Oh, but wait a minute. So if Judaism itself was not iconoclastic, and if the churches were not iconoclastic, that's actually a kill shot against you. It means your worship is heterodox and stupid and fake and gay.
Italy, that's not Rome. Well, there's 1,000 years of Christianity, prior to the rise of the medieval papacy in Italy. And there's tons of Orthodox places that you could go to, right, in Italy. And so we went to the catacombs in Rome. And lo and behold, when the Christians were persecuted and they're underground in the catacombs in the 1st, 2nd, 3rd century, by the way, you can never see all the catacombs. Like, we spent a whole day just in one of the catacombs in Rome. There's altars, there's images that they painted in the 1st, 2nd, 3rd century. So even the catacomb church had liturgy, had imagery. Plenty of examples of this. The church fathers also write about it as well. So those are huge, I would say, differences between, and remember, the people couldn't read back then. Most of the Roman Empire was illiterate. So when they would go to these services in the catacombs or wherever, they would be hearing the word of God. That's,
by the way, I'm just looking up here, catacomb imagery in Rome. This stuff is everywhere. Like, if you go to Rome, you can't even see the catacombs in like you would have to take like weeks to see all of them because they're vast. Okay. So you'll notice here, and we went, we went to so many basilicas and catacombs, and I don't, it all blends together. I can't even remember it all, because we did it for 11 days straight, all day, every day for like, you walk for like 2 miles, you see a basilica, walk for 2 miles, see a basilica, get in the tour bus, drive 3 hours, and then see 3 more basilicas. And so it just all blends together. But if you do have the opportunity to go and see the catacombs, I highly recommend it. Most of it looks like this, right? So you'll see when you get in there, that's an altar. You will see imagery that is obviously very ancient as well. You'll see ancient baptistries. in the catacombs. You'll see altars. You'll see this kind of stuff, which is Christian imagery on the walls. Like there's stories of Christ's life on the wall. You'll see stuff like that. That's Christ being baptized. Here's a 1600-year-old basilica in the catacombs that was just discovered. Of a painting of Christ and the apostles. Oh, look at, what do you know? It looks exactly like the dome in every Orthodox church right there. You'll see a lot of stuff that looks like that. And a lot of it actually comes out of 1st, 2nd, and 3rd century. Now, some of it's later, obviously, but a lot of it looks like that. And people don't realize how vast this is. Like you can actually get lost in the catacombs. Like you don't want to be apart from your tour group, your tour guide, because you could literally get lost in there. Anyway, so the way these Protestants think is just so idiotic, ahistorical, and it's just totally ignorant, dude. By Peter says, this is the word of God which was preached to you. Paul says to Timothy, pass on all the things that you heard from me in the presence of many witnesses. So that oral teaching, that oral hearing of the liturgical worship was the norm. And then one of the things that really cracked it for me as a Protestant when I left Protestantism was— By the way, this is the specific section that really piqued Tucker's interest, because after the interview, we ended up sitting and talking for another whole hour just about this stuff. So really the only thing he wanted to talk about, I mean, we talked about everything at breakfast, like geopolitics and that kind of stuff. But after the interview for the next hour, all he wanted to talk about was sola scriptura and icons. That's his two main issues that he's very heavily interested in. Learned that, by the way, I learned this from evangelical scholars. One of the things that developed the canon of the scripture itself, in terms of like how the church decided what books go in, which ones don't, was what's called the lectionaries. Lectionaries are the daily liturgical readings in the churches. So when the church fathers were having these councils and they were meeting, and the canon of scripture doesn't actually get solidified, at least for the Orthodox Church, until the 6th and 7th century, they would say, okay, which ones do we have a tradition that says Paul wrote or Matthew wrote? Which ones are in the daily lectionaries? And if you're a Protestant, you believe in sola scriptura, the idea that liturgy and liturgical tradition play this huge role in the determination of the canon. Yeah, this is devastating too to the Protestant position when they come to figure this out. It's like they think that, you know, you just had this sort of like osmosis of eventually, you know, individual holy dudes just sort of figured out and knew what the canon was. Totally divorced from the reality of how the canon of scripture actually came to be. Alexander, what's up?
Hey, Jay, how you doing, sir?
Good, dude. What's on your mind?
Yeah, nothing much, man. Hey, you did a great job on Tucker, man. Honestly, like, don't let the haters get you down. You did a fantastic job on Tucker.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah, a couple things, though. Weird about Aaron McIntyre, because I don't know if you ever watched him before he got to the Blaze, like his old YouTube days.
I don't know anything about him, actually.
Like, because I used to watch some of his videos back when he was just on YouTube, and he actually had like some really thoughtful, like, you know, some, you know, thought-provoking videos up there. But there's something weird that happens where you get into the Conic circuit and they're like the Borg. They just like take you over.
Oh, so he got like Glenn Becca-sized.
Yeah, like he's not, like he's still like not a Zionist or anything like that. And he's had some conversations on the network with some other guys about that. But there's just something that happens when you get to the Blaze or Daily Wire, any of these places. All of a sudden, your ability to just critically think and to accept anybody's questions, even outside of the Overton window, just becomes impossible.
Right.
And another thing is, like, you see all these people getting on you about, you know, nominalism and the things you said on Tucker. And it's funny, somebody else earlier brought up Doug Wilson. How many of these people, how many of these prots came out when Doug Wilson said that he wanted to, if he was in his Christian nationalist society, he would ban, you know, icon veneration, veneration of Mary, including up to like some Eucharistic practices and stuff like that. So how many of them came out against Doug Wilson when he said that?
I'm assuming not many or any.
Yeah, like basically none of them.
Right.
It's kind of a wild thing to deal with, but do you mind if I was trying to formulate like a kind of a simplistic argument to go after generic Christianity and sola scriptura at the same time? You mind if I run it by you? I'll make it quick. I won't take up too much time. But you basically ask the evangelical, whatever, you know, person believes in generic Christianity, if somebody can have a differing view of the sacraments and still be considered a Christian. Now, basically, all of them are going to say yes.
Right.
So then you just posit them. Okay, say I'm evangelical Christian, you're evangelical Christian. We believe the exact same thing on everything, but I have a different view on the sacrament of marriage, and I have 2 wives. Am I still a Christian? Is that a solid argument? Because it kind of gets them in this spot where they've already pinned themselves down, where they already admitted that somebody can be a Christian and have a different view of the sacraments, so they have to accept the polygamist as a Christian.
I think it's a pretty interesting argument. I mean, they're just going to go into like the scriptures and try to say that, well, the scriptures don't teach polygamy.
Yeah, then that would back up to the sola scriptura part where, okay, I just have a differing view of what the scriptures say. I can go back and say, well, there's polygamy in the Old Testament. That's the way I view it as, being the right thing to do now. So what's the normative authority to bridge the gap between those 2 beliefs?
Well, you could ask Redeem Zoomer that, because he's arguing, because some people in his denomination are arguing that you can be a polygamist. So that's actually an interesting question from the standpoint of normative ethics. But I just don't think Protestants will even care. They're just gonna be like, yeah, so what? We come to different conclusions. That's part of Protestantism. But I think ultimately, yeah, it's just hitting at how they don't have any way to have, consistent positions on basic level ethical questions, much less theological questions. John, do you want to say something?
I'll stay in the background. I wanted to comment more on Rothschild, but it seems like everybody's talking.
No, go ahead and finish that out if you want to.
Well, one thing I was going to point out was that actually the Rockefellers did get funded by Kuhn Loeb, but it was a little bit later when they started like divesting into the railroads. And then this is an interesting little piece of history too, is Kuhn Loeb funded the Harrimans to be able to buy up the railroads.
Interesting. Yeah, because the Morton book there's a whole chapter on the Rothschilds basically being behind a lot of the European railroad system. And I'm wondering, like, was that at the same time as the Rockefellers in America? Maybe they were watching what the Rockefellers were doing and Morgans were doing with railroads.
Yeah. The story is, the given history is that the Morgans are competing with the Harrimans for buying up the railroads.
Right.
And Kuhn Loeb funded the Harrimans.
Interesting.
Now that's interesting on a number of reasons, because later on, 2 of the biggest guys to come out of Kuhn Loeb before it closed?
Who?
A guy named Peter G. Peterson.
Okay.
And another guy named Stephen Schwartzman.
Okay.
Peter G. Peterson got together with Stephen Schwartzman. Stephen Schwartzman was Skull and Bones at Yale, like the Harrimans were.
Right.
And also Peter G. Peterson goes on to be the head of the Council on Foreign Relations.
Interesting.
He was literally the head of the Council on Foreign Relations, got made the president of it in 1985, the same year that him and Stephen Schwartzman started the Blackstone Group. And out of Blackstone Group, you get what? BlackRock.
Interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah, so all of this stuff is, it's like when we generalize and say like it's all one big thing in the background, it really is, but you do have to kind of go through it to see all those connections.
Right. No, again, I think people don't even know about the intermarriage side of it that you brought up earlier, because they just assume, oh, these are all distinct entities. Right.
They just have different front guys,
right,
who run all. Larry Fink. I mean, I'm sure he has some stake in the BlackRock, but
right.
BlackRock comes out of Blackstone, which comes out of Kuhn Loeb.
Interesting. Braden, what's up? Braden, you want to talk or no? Last chance, Braden Blanco. Last chance. Christopher, what's up, man? Everybody says that John blasted off because it sounded like a rocket going off in the background when you were talking. Christopher, last chance. You want to talk or not? Can y'all not hear me again?
Yeah, I'm at JP. All right.
Hey, what's up, man? Chris?
Hey, I had a kind of conceptual question. People, talk about, by the way, congrats on the Tucker Carlson interview. That was great.
Thank you.
I feel like I've gotten a little older. I've been following this kind of stuff since I was a teenager, but, as I'm getting older and, now part of the church and I'm praying more and I'm just kind of maturing a bit, I'm starting to think that, like, there's a lot of like fascination and maybe obsession with the flashy news and the exciting things, when a lot of the problems in the world really are just actually have really simple solutions, but it's just nobody wants to do the work.
Yeah, I think on an individual level, that's absolutely correct. Yeah. People think that there's going to be like big political solutions. And, as Father Turbo always says, like, you figure out eventually, no, it starts with you. You're not going to fix the world. Father Deegan, did you want to say something? By the way, I will be at the Ludwell conference with Jim Jotras and Dr. David Bradshaw and many of our friends. If you want to come to Ludwell in Kentucky, September 12th, you can get your tickets right here for the Ludwell conference. Father Deegan, do you want to say something? Are you there? FDA, are you there? We can't hear you. And then I will be, as you guys know, this upcoming couple weeks, I will be at DebateCon, debating two Muslims, and there might be one other debate. I don't remember, but you can get your tickets here, but use the promo code 20 from Jay. That's 20 from Jay to get, I think, $20 off the various packages that James has here at DebateCon. There's a lot of other debates. I can't remember if Destiny's there or not. I don't care anything about Destiny, but of course, Rachel and Andrew will be debating, and then God Logic will be debating. I think IP will be debating. I'm trying to figure out if I need to troll God Logic by challenging him to a debate or not, to a dance off. But anyway, yes, I will be signing books if you want to come out to DebateCon. July 25th and 26th. There are the tickets there. Adrian, what's up, man? Adrian, what's up, dude? Unmute.
Hello.
What's up?
So did you know that Jesus was a hyperborean creature created? No, I'm sorry. This dude, I was just messaging this dude, and he's all talking about all this UFOologist type, occultic type, Gnostic information. Where do people get this stuff?
They get it from conspiracy theorists. They get it from the internet. They get it from YouTube. They get it from science fiction. You find Gnostic stuff everywhere. Then you got, these sort of neo-pagan people that have popped up in the last 6-7 years that just kind of repeat and rehash and meme the same stuff over and over. Father Deegan, what's up?
Oh, I think you're right, but the internet, because they pop up on the internet.
Yeah, that's what I meant, yeah.
And Jave and I have talked about, too, that this stuff might be promoted by the algorithms, too.
Yeah.
And kind of spreads. But yeah, it is. And drugs.
Yeah, the last time that you were on with Kotel and you guys had that shroom dude call in to argue that the Eucharist was actually hallucinogenic shrooms and Jesus was like a shroom master or something. It was so stupid.
Well, in all seriousness, and John, you can talk about this too, but
are you there? Are you there, FDA? We can't hear you.
Oh, the aliens got him, man.
he ascended. He finally became a light being. He ascended beyond his physicality, and so he's like Yoda or like Obi-Wan. Father Deacon just kind of transcended his physical solidity. So enjoy the nirvana state, Father Deacon.
No, people don't know that there is the dude who wrote that book, John Allegro, the Sacred Mushroom or whatever, and then Joe Rogan used to talk about that all the time. So I think a lot of that stuff got permeated out into the.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think in the pop culture sphere, it came out of that. Yeah.
Yeah, he really did talk about that a lot back in the day. I don't know if he still does or not, but yeah, he talked forever about, you know, Saint Nicholas is really a mushroom, and like,
Lucas, what's up, man? Lucas, what's up? Lucas, we can't hear you, man. Is it X that's not working? FDA, do you want to say something?
How about now? Can you hear me?
Yep.
I was going to mention, too, don't forget that this stuff was pushed in, the alien stuff was pushed in the rave scenes and EDM.
That's true.
And it continues to be pushed in it. Like, if you see them, like, EDM festival flyers, it's all, like, alien stuff. And
yes. In fact, John and I used to do, on Afternoon Commute, we would do podcasts covering all the different music scenes and how they were, you know, co-opted to sort of push these various agendas. And all the way back into the 80s and 90s rave scenes, they were always about global trance, global festivals. So, yeah, they've always been kind of hip to pushing that whole idea of globalization.
Yeah, the ecstasy pills used to have the alien on them.
Yeah.
Originally. And then all of that particular, which that's another weird part, is like there's a deep dive into this. I won't go off into this now, but you know, the whole Iziba scene back in the day, the Spanish island.
Ibiza? Yeah. Ibiza, where they have all the raves and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of those drugs came out of cults. They were having cults manufacture ecstasy.
Huh. Is that that's that documentary that FDA is always recommending about Sunshine or whatever it's called?
Well, that's a different one.
That's LSD, but not ecstasy. But yeah.
Yeah, the ecstasy was originally manufactured. I want to say, like, some of it has to tie in with the one in Oregon with or me. I can't remember. It's either that one or like there's some other. It's a guru cult.
Are you talking about Osho?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you're right. I think Osho was. They were producing ecstasy or something crazy like that. I forgot about that.
Yeah, and a lot of the ecstasy made its way over to England. And anyway, so there's all sorts of cult, like he's saying, the alien stuff was totally in the EDM scene and promoted through all of that imagery, definitely.
And that's when I first started, you know, what was it, 95, 96, somewhere around there, like the first rave I went to. That's when I started hearing about all these weird kind of theories about aliens and Pleiadians and all these new age kind of conspiracy wacko stuff.
Here's Ibiza 1994 festival. Go ahead.
And then remember too, it's connected to Goa in India. There's a whole music, remember?
This first festival is Goa right here.
Yeah.
So that's 90s rave scene there. Here's a whole rare footage from the 1995 Goa Trance Festival.
To bubble up from the underground. It looks as if it originated from the 1960s, but the sound is more modern, created on the latest electronic equipment. Psychedelic trance originated at parties on the beaches of Goa in India.
Goa.
And now it seems to have spread all over the
Goa
world.
in
Its
India.
musical roots go back to rock and acid house, but basically it's music to dance to party to...
This is an ecstasy.
Oh, I'm Robin Leach. Today we're going to be taking ecstasy.
Grapevine, this electronic dance music is proving infectious.
Like a virus, you know, it just goes out to a few people and suddenly it spreads everywhere, and you know, you're getting people you've never met coming up to you and saying, oh, I've been following you, love the music.
Super sick, bro. It's super sick. In the filth, what's up, dude?
Eastern and Western philosophy.
Oh, by the way, here it is talking about the theology behind Goa. This is interesting. Listen to this before we go to him.
There have been trance nights in clubs in London, Birmingham and Manchester, as well as underground parties elsewhere. In this London nightclub, they spent hours dressing the set with fluorescent colours, creating, they hope, the right kind of mystical ambience for their trance dance. The organisers of this event call themselves Return to the Source. Any source, it seems, Eastern
David
and
Icke.
Western philosophies. You name it, and the symbols are here. Indian, Maori, Aboriginal, American Indian, the tribal fused with the electronic. Up went a teepee behind the mixing desk.
Yeah, you know, that's funny because the archaic revival, the primitive revival stuff that the boomers were pushing, you know, in the counterculture stuff, it actually sort of morphed into the rave scene because it was all very tribal shamanistic, at least early on. And then it turned into like more tech acid type stuff. But early on, it was like you had, I mean, I used to listen in the 90s to like Infected Mushroom and these sort of psychedelic trance bands.
And a tube heading for the wings turned out to be part of a totem pole. The ritual of preparing the dance floor was almost religious, and they say they actively
Look, it's a giant, was it like an 8-sided star? That's crazy.
discourage the sort of drug taking long associated with the dance scene.
We create sort of a sacred space, if you like a modern day temple.
So it's a sacred space. It's a modern day temple. It looks like they're actually like a 9-pointed star. That's crazy, which might be Crowleyan.
We're offering a sort of a safe, fun place for people to come and enjoy sort of the ritual, if you like, of dancing together. And I've been sort of making a point of talking to the young people who come to the club. And they've actually come up to me and said, well, Chris, listen, for the first time I haven't taken any drugs tonight. I used to take 5 ecstasies, 4 ecstasies a night. And now actually I'm not taking any. And I found that I'm having this...
Because, bro, I'm just like directly uniting myself to the source. To the source. A source of what? A ghost comped, what's up? Source of what, bro? What's up, dude? I'm mute. Or in the filth, I'm sorry, and then we'll go to the other guy.
Hello?
In the filth first, and then you go ahead.
Oh, sorry. You know what's up, Jay?
Yes, sir.
You haven't gotten to the part yet, but it's part of the Tucker Carlson interview where you get to the death of atheism.
Mm-hmm.
And I was atheist most of my life, and your conversation with him, talking about like these very clear, you know, demonic forces in the world from like working through like COVID or Epstein, that kind of woke me up. And so your conversation with him kind of was directly in line, kind of explaining my ultimate conversion and my leading to orthodoxy. So I just wanted to give some representation for that, because I know a lot of these Protestants on X are kind of, they're using this polemic where they're saying like, oh, all these orthodox are all ex-Protestants that are converting in spite of their previous traditions. So I just wanted to kind of give at least some, you know, representation on that part.
Yeah, I think it seems like, as I've said, in my experience, and I mean, I'm sure there are still some Roman Catholics that are converting, but it seemed like from 2017 to 2020, it was a lot of Roman Catholics. And now, ever since post-Coof, it's kind of flipped to where it seems like a lot more Protestants are expressing interest in Orthodoxy than Roman Catholics, in my experience. But that might be because like they just won't interact or debate me anymore. Auguste, what's up?
August.
I actually I was watching you yesterday on the Transfigured Life, and I sent the super chat at the end, but I was kind of convoluted, so Father Jonathan actually read it wrong. You were talking on that podcast about trying to get Tucker in contact with like some Orthodox churches in the area, and I'm actually really plugged into the Orthodox community in New England, and I live in Maine, and I know a lot of the priests, the good priests, and a lot of the communities around, and I was wondering if maybe I could send you my email or something, and I could talk to you about trying to get him in contact.
Yeah,
with
I'll
some
follow
communities
you.
that are local.
Yeah, I followed you, and then you can you can DM me now. Let me know what's a good church up there. Maddie, what's up? Dude, this looks so sick right now. Like, you guys ever been to Solstice? It's like the sickest rave festival ever. Like, I was on like 16 hits of acid at Solstice in like 2002. It was so sick, bro. What's up, man? I'm you. All right, he dropped off. Parker, what's up, man? What's up, man?
You remember that movie with Sean Bean, Essex Boys?
I don't know if I've seen that. Is it good?
Well, that's about the
Rave scene?
It's about the ecstasy hit, because there was a bunch of guys who were involved with the starting of some of the Essex nightclubs and selling ecstasy to all of it, and there was some sort of gangland connection with all of that.
Well, I mean, yeah, I know about that because we did the interviews with Sean Atwood, and Sean was the guy that spent several years in prison in Arizona because he was the main trafficker that was competing with Sammy the Bull to bring ecstasy in the 90s into Arizona. So yeah, if you guys didn't hear my old interviews with Sean Atwood, they're on that very subject. But Street Spirit, what's up, man? I should have actually looked up the festival posters, because those are actually more interesting than the actual video clips. But go ahead, man. What's up? Unmute. Parker, unmute.
Yo, can you hear me? Just had questions about some books. I hear you talk a lot about like metaphysics, philosophy, and I feel like I don't have any sort of background thinking about that. Any just like recommendations for like beginner books into that?
Yeah, I have. If you get my philosophy course, we do a whole course on that. There's a course on that stuff, but there's a I just went blank on the name of the series, but there's a series that has the W.J. Wood book on epistemology, and then there's Hasker, I think, is the guy that did the introductory text on metaphysics. Street Spirit, you want to unmute or not? Last chance, Street Spirit.
Oh yeah, I'm here.
Hey.
Yeah. Hey, sorry, I just finished fan off. Long-time fan, first-time caller. I got baptized. So I love the Tucker podcast. I just had a comment on that debate with Jake. Was that his name? Or Jack? I think one of the agnostic guys.
Yeah.
But I noticed. They always appeal to like this idea of reason. It's kind of this idolatrous idea, and when you kind of press them on the ontology of it, he almost like his explanation. It kind of paralleled the essence energy distinction. I don't know if you're remembering or if you remember like exactly that moment, but I just thought it was interesting because you asked him kind of like about like how do you distinguish like the particulars from like the general appealing to reason itself. And he kind of said like reason, there's reason with a capital R, and then there's like lowercase reason that has distinction. So I just immediately saw that parallel. Just thought I'd point that out. I don't know if you saw that or not.
Yeah, and I thought about going more into that, but I didn't feel like he was really at the tier of being able to kind of make those distinctions. Nathaniel, what's up, man? Global trends. All right, let's get back to this. What's up, dude? Last chance. Unmute.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
There's a little bit of delay.
It's fine.
Hey, Jake. So I know he's not worth anybody's time, but I noticed the other day that Prot guy Alton Johnson has been disparaging you since the interview dropped, and he had a picture of you making a goofy face next to Wes Huff. He's like, "This is the comparison of a Orthodox theologian to a Protestant theologian." I'm like, yeah, this guy on the left is a great scholar, doesn't take himself seriously. On the other side, you got a guy who projects an air of piety, but he hangs out with gay pastors and
exactly.
And I keep finding myself surprised that I'm surprised at these people, how they have nothing of substance to say.
Yeah, I asked that guy like 5 times to debate, and he won't do it. So none of these people will actually come argue. Correct, the correct opinion. See, now this guy knows what's up. His name alone tells us we should just go to him. The correct opinion. What's up, man? Unmute. No, it's a black dude named Alton John. He just repeats James White's script, and he uses all the ugliest AI images for everything. Correct opinion. Last chance. You gonna talk or not?
Oh, sorry about that.
Sorry.
Yeah, I just had a quick question. Would you ever debate Jordan Cooper and Razor Fist?
I've already tried to debate them many times. They won't do debates.
Razor Fist said on his Twitter account that he tried to debate you. But
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. I asked them like 3 times to debate. They won't do it.
Okay, and just a follow-up. Have you watched the Jordan Cooper video response to you?
No, I don't watch Jordan Cooper. Do you have any arguments you want to make, or do you want to just say debate my big bro?
No, I just wanted to ask. Just curious.
Oh, so just curious, even though you have the right opinion. He's just curious. He's just bi-curious.
By the way, the document that you were referencing earlier about James White wearing the sweater is Lumen Sweaterum.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Nathan, what's up, man? Anybody disagree? Or is there any Protestants who will ever just at least try to defend the positions? Zero, literally zero in like 3 days. Nathan, what's up, man?
Hey, Jay, what's up? Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, so I wanted to share with you some insights that came to me recently. I think that they actually have a little bit of weight when it comes to the Protestant slash Orthodoxy debate field. There's a book that got published in 2016 by an author called Robin B. Barnes. Now, none of these things will surprise me if you already have knowledge of it, but
I don't.
I wanted to share with you either way. The name of the book is called Astrology and Reformation and was published by the Oxford University Press. And I'm putting chips on this book that it's like not necessarily the last straw on the camel's back when it comes to Protestantism and its relation to the public in the United States. But I think this is like the last anvil on the camel's back because, I am not sure if this man knows the magnitude of the study that he wrote, but the essence of the work is essentially just to what extent astrology contaminated the mentality of Germans around the time of the Reformation. So he goes into, and I tried passing this book to Alex Soring as well. I gave him the title of this book, but Melanchthon was pretty much like a cultist level obsession.
Yeah, I knew that he had some of those interests. Yeah, I appreciate that. I'll check it out. I don't think they're going to care. They're just going to be like, well, they got some things wrong. Oh, well. Does anybody disagree? So we're looking for Protestants. There's no Protestants who will come defend their basic positions. Jake. Dave says, uh-huh.
Hey, what's up? First of all, I'm seeing a lot on Twitter about like Protestants, and I think Jordan Cooper did this too, with your whole nominalism take. Like, they're critiquing your reading of philosophy and then saying, like, with the whole Hegel thing, they're literally just saying, like, yo, your reading is off, but then, like, they describe what the correct reading is, and they're just, like, saying the same thing you're saying. So I think that's funny.
Yeah, they're just being actuallys, like the meme. Actually, and then what they describe is what my point was. It's just, they just have to say something. And it's like Cleve was saying to Alex, It's like they're just aggressively misunderstanding so that they can sound smart. I thought that was really accurate. Ryan, what's up? Or they're not even misunderstanding. They just have to look like they've got some sort of response. Well, actually, he didn't say. It's not thesis, antithesis, synthesis. It's position, opposition, reconciliation, which is the same idea, idiot. What's up?
Hey, Jay. How's it going, man?
Good.
Hey, just calling from Australia. I didn't actually expect to get through, to be honest. One thing I want to say is, say more so with the political stuff, like with the information you learn, what would you say the best way to go about actually, like, practically using it in the real world?
What do you mean?
Like, say with like the political stuff and the knowledge you learn, like.
Yeah, it's not practical, so it's fine. Then don't learn it, man. Nobody's making you learn it. If it's not practical for you, then don't worry about it. Go find what you think is practical. Wally, $5. Jay, you did good. Thank you. I listened to you since your first appearance on Tinfoil Hat many years ago. Proud of you. Did Tucker ask good questions privately? Yeah, we had, you're there from 9 in the morning until 3 or 4 in the afternoon. So yeah. Did you learn any sick, nasty, dope diddly? I don't know what that means, but no, we didn't learn anything about that. I don't believe that he was just a Fox News talking head. I mean, he was open about his dad's past and history, so we talked about that for probably an hour at breakfast or whatever. Kyle, $12. What is your explanation for Orthodox who oppose what you do, calling you mean? I mean, they could be ignorant. They don't know that plenty church fathers debated. They could be envious. They could be libtards. I mean, all of those things probably contribute. Argus, $20. David Wood is going to say that you are funded by Qatar because you went on Tucker. Cool. Squeeze, $5. Did you read E. Michael Jones yet? No. Leningrad, $5. Conspiracy is a thing. Conspiracy jacketing. Anything that reveals underpinnings is dismissed as a conspiracy. Oh, you mean like Protestants are doing it? Sure. Yeah, but I mean, I was very clear in what I argued. I didn't say that Luther adopted every aspect of nominalism. I didn't say that everything about the Reformation is nominalism. I specifically was talking about justification and the dogmatic position, quote unquote, amongst the Lutherans that justification is extrinsic righteousness. They all believe that. That's my point. That means that you're not actually ontologically righteous. So I don't know what else to tell you. Noah, what's up? Noah, what's up? Hey, Jamie. Hey, Jamie. Are you done?
What are the practical differences as a weekly communicant in an Orthodox church? How is that different from being a Catholic or Protestant?
Well, certainly we would have more similarities to a Roman Catholic than most Protestants or evangelicals. There might be a high church Protestant or Anglican communion that would have some similarities with Orthodox church, but I think, for the Orthodox world, fasting is a lot more integrated into what we do than most.
Fasting?
Yeah. There's a lot of fasting days in the Orthodox church calendar.
What does that mean for you?
Just abstaining from certain foods.
I thought he brought up fasting. I didn't remember that I brought it up. A lot of this I don't remember because I was, again, 5 hours of sleep when I did this.
Lent is a little more rigorous for the Orthodox than it is for...
Why fasting?
Well, we think that Jesus and the apostles and people like John the Baptist kind of set the tone for retaining an element of asceticism in the church. So obviously some people could take that to the extreme. We're not Hindu yogis, sitting out under a tree trying to roll around in poop or whatever. But we do think there is virtue in training the body to be subject to the will so that the body's desires and passions don't control us. So that's why fasting has an important role. Basically learning to control the passions is what that's part of.
How often do you fast?
I am not the best at fasting because I have a really weird gut biome issues, so I don't fast as much as I should. It's very challenging. But there's also people there's nuances for medical issues. But the Orthodox Church fasts quite a bit, usually from various meats and stuff like that. But it's not just fasting that's different. I think for the Orthodox Church, it's not just about food. Fasting is also almsgiving, because you're sort of, it's self-denial that's not just about diet. It's also,
at that point, told him the Orthodox God, what he loves is when you're as rigorous as possible and you add up all the rules and bootlick. And I thought that would have been a great point to bring that up in the interview. Just let him know what the Orthodox God's like. That he just loves.
Actually, I do want to commend you on that, Jay, because you know what? You could have just made something up that you're like a hardcore faster, and you didn't. You told the truth. And that was good.
Appreciate it. Oh, thank you. I mean, I think a lot of times, I think we try to tell the truth over here. So
no, that's what I mean. That's what I think. That would be an instance where you could say, like, hey, Jay tells the truth. Look, he could have just said, like, oh yeah, I'm hardcore. I fast.
I'm super spiritual, bro. Like you don't even know how spiritual I am.
Yeah.
Does anybody disagree? Raise your hand in the chat. I'll bring you up to the head of the line. We still got quite a few people.
I just want to hear you debate Father Deacon pretending to be a Protestant at this
No,
point.
I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. CHR, what's up, man? I have too much love for Father Deacon to debate him on any topic. CHR 15, what's up, man? You want to unmute? Last chance.
So, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Oh, well, great. I'm actually just trying to struggle through how X spaces work. This is my first time ever doing this.
Okay.
Completely tangential to everything else that you've been talking about. Congratulations on Tucker.
Thank you.
I'm an Orthodox inquirer. Just actually looking for recommendations. Not my priest, but the priest of the local parish linked me to Saint Innocent. I've read through.
You cut out, dog. Are you there? We lost you, man. Can't hear you. Maybe X's spaces are just, there's sometimes where there's days where they just don't work at all. So maybe that's what's going on here. Joseph, what's up, man? I did get some new equipment over here on my side, so hopefully there won't be. It looks like we've had excellent connection, stream health the entire time, so I think the equipment upgrade is working well. What's up, man? Joseph, you want to unmute?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
That I think you were imitating Epstein. There was an awkward silence.
I think Tucker didn't know that I do. Tucker didn't know I do interviews. I mean, impressions, so he wasn't sure who I was impersonating.
Oh, well, the Jordan Peterson one was perfect. I laughed out loud. That was all I had to say.
Thank you very much. That was very sweet of you. Read out, what's up? Read out, what's up?
Hey, Jay. How's it going?
Good.
No, I thought, I thought I do have some disagreements with some of the generalizations that you made, but I did think that the Hegelian thing was pretty spot on. I thought the reaction was hilarious because the thing is, no one takes Hegel very seriously except for his philosophical descendants. It's just all the people that use Hegel, and they all use the synthesis, antithesis,
right,
or the thesis, antithesis, synthesis construct. So, had you heard about that sort of internal debate before the reaction?
Yeah, because James Lindsay complained, not even though he's not a Hegelian. I said it one time or something like that, or I don't remember. But yeah, people have argued, people have fussed about that before. I had a whole class on phenomenology of spirit. So my professor did not care that much about whether or not you had the ficta interpretation of it or whether you just said it that way, because I mean, whether you think it's what, I don't care what terms you want to use, but it's trinities
working themselves out into a synthesis, which is a bunch of dialectical opposition. So,
right, yeah, it's dialectical opposition. It can, I think the biggest distinction is that one is much more mechanical and just kind of smushes the ideas together, whereas I think Hegel wanted it to be more of an organic process. But in the end, it ends up being the same thing because no one can actually perfectly mathematically work out these syntheses. So, yeah, no, I thought that was it was a funny reaction, but I thought your generalization there was totally fine. In terms of the Luther nominalism question, I do feel like it kind of comes down to three different questions. One was Luther a nominalist? Two, was Luther influenced by Occam? And then three, was Occam a nominalist in the way that you described? And I guess to the second question, was Occam, or did Occam influence Luther? The answer is yes. But to the other two questions, I would say probably no. Now, I'm not an expert on Occam, but it does seem like Occam had a lot of critiques for the way scholasticism was being done, but his critiques don't amount. One of the problems with Occam is that he didn't actually build up a system of his own. He just kind of made a bunch of critiques and then left to go discuss politics a lot. But it doesn't seem like he denied universals entirety. He denied them as being.
Okay, did I make any argument about Luther's position on universals?
I thought you did. I thought that's more or less what you were.
Can you restate?
Okay.
I'm not being mad or angry with you, but could you restate what I argued?
Well, basically the idea that everything is just names, and so if God can call you just, then you are just.
Yeah.
And I thought that goes along with the idea of if everything is names, then you're essentially saying there is no such thing as essence, which would be denying universals.
Right. So Lutheranism, no, it's not denying universals. It's just denying ontological connection between the word and the thing signified. So in other words, to be able to be called righteous in the Lutheran scheme is called extrinsic righteousness, it meaning that they disagreed with the Tridentine, or the Roman Catholic position, trends after that, but the Roman Catholic position says that intrinsic righteousness is the basis for why you're called righteous. Luther's position, and all the Lutheran positions are, and the Reformation position is that, no, the righteousness is extrinsic to you. It's not based on anything inside of you. Huh?
Like alien righteousness.
Yeah, same idea, exactly. So, but for God to be able to say that you're that without you actually being that is a disconnect from the ancient and medieval mind. There was no disconnect in the way that ancient and medieval people thought about symbols, words, and reference. So the argument I was making wasn't actually about universals, even though I'm well aware that the Occam position was questioning the status of universals. I'm also well aware that many Protestants have been realists. You can look at Stephen Charnock, the famous Puritan. His whole book is Platonism. He's a realist. John Wycliffe was a famous realist. I'm well aware that not every Protestant, nor was I saying that Luther adopted every position of nominalism or every position of Occam. I was saying that the application of the divorce of the meaning of the term to the signifier, from the reality to the signifier, is a nominalistic idea to be able to do that. And so maybe I should have been more precise and said theological voluntarism, that God can will the thing to be what it is. That is an Occamist position. Occam said that. That's why there's that debate over whether God could damn the saints, right? So you have the Virgin Mary, she's already in heaven. Could God then will her to be damned? And the debate is about whether or not God just determines the thing to be so by divine fiat, or do things actually have natures or essences? That's what I was arguing. And if you argue that justification is not at all based on anything intrinsic, then that's the same position.
I think that adds some context. That makes it a little bit more clear. My next, but what about Calvin though? Because I think Calvin, I agree. If you just take alien righteousness in isolation, it can certainly sound like that. I don't think that's what Luther intended, but that's sort of a debate for another time. But if you just look at the Reformers in whole, one of Calvin's great works or great missions was bringing to the forefront this idea of union with Christ as something of a corrective, at least to the rhetoric of Luther. And so,
but what is it? None of that has anything to do with justification. That has nothing to do with justification.
Well, it's part of this. Yeah, I mean, it's part of salvation in total, of which.
Yeah, but it's nothing to do with justification, which is on the basis of the work of Christ alone imputed to your bank account. Your union with Christ is an effect of that. It has nothing to do with that status.
Right. But
I've read the entire 1556 Institute, so I used to go to a Calvinist seminary, so I'm not unaware of all these inner disputes. So The fact that that's in effect, the union with Christ, is not at all the result, or excuse me, is not the grounds for justification. In fact, doesn't the Westminster Confession say something like the only grounds for justification is the work of Christ?
Right. I mean, so it's all. I mean, you would agree that it's all from the grace of God, though, that anyone is saved, right? Whether you
But we don't. I don't even think you have the right idea of. You think grace is a created legal status that Christ merited throughout his life, which is just another stacked on series of created effects and created events. So you don't even have grace. You have a created reality, just like Roman Catholics.
And we believe grace. Yeah, we believe grace is a divine energy. So grace can mean different things and different things. You typically, as Protestants, you'll interpret it as unmerited favor or unmerited gift. In that context, especially in Ephesians, you're saved by grace through faith. Salvation for us is the acquisition of God. So, of course, grace is a divine energy, is God. You can't get salvation, i.e. God, i.e. theosis, without God. But we don't interpret it either as you add up merits to win God's favor over, nor do we have the Protestant notion that works aren't involved. In fact, I call it a virtue-based epistemology, and you have to work to get virtues.
You're saying that's the Orthodox position?
Yes.
Yeah, the Protestant position is...
It's not merits. It's not that I work and add up merits of the law and favor over. I become like God, i.e. grace. That is grace, God.
But is that before God saves you?
That is.
I understand it.
There's no before or in.
Right. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I know it's hard to talk from totally different paradigms. So I get that. Is there a concept of justification in Orthodoxy?
Yeah, it's called baptism. It's the washing of regeneration that Titus talks about.
Yes.
But you could fall away from that, right?
Yeah, like Hebrews says.
Right. Yeah, they're just such different paradigms. I mean, I get it.
And we don't believe
So in your paradigm, do you think Christ was damned on the cross?
I mean, no, not in simplistic terms. I think that he did. I mean, yes, he did bear the wrath of God, but obviously he wasn't damned to eternal hell.
I mean, what did he experience damnation on the cross?
Trinitarian. There's no way you could be a Christian.
So you're an Arian?
Yeah.
Tease that out for me.
Christ is a divine subject. He's a second person of the Godhead. How does one person in the Trinity turn his wrath and reject another person in the Trinity?
I mean, I get the critique. I just think that you're dealing with the mysterious concept of the Trinity, which we don't fully understand. So I get it. It certainly would seem like that would break the Trinity, but we don't understand enough about the Trinity to know that would.
Okay, can you name a person? Can you name anybody in the first 1,000 years who taught that one person is damned in the Trinity?
No, not off the top of my head.
Because it's a heresy and it's Arian. So you can go find Servetus if you're looking for something like that. But Marilyn, no, we're not going to talk to you, Marilyn. I don't need to hear your nonsense. Are you the wine mom?
Hey, I thought alien righteousness was where you took ecstasy and like talked to the aliens, man.
Exactly. Alien righteousness. I love contemporary something. What's up? Why does Marilyn even come to these chats? I don't understand why she even wants to show up and tell everybody about pantheism. What's up, man?
Hello?
Mm-hmm.
Hi. Hi, Mr. J. I know that I have a question if I'm able to ask.
I don't know if you're able. Are you able?
Oh, yes, sir. So I am converting to Orthodox thanks to you. Thank you for, so I'm having a problem about who is the Trinity the true God?
Sure.
Okay. Okay. And so how would I I'm having a hard time explaining. Maybe not. I understand the Trinity, but explain it to somebody. Because I have a coworker who is a Jehovah's Witness, and trying to explain it to him, he just doesn't understand it. You know.
I think the best way to go about that with Jehovah's Witnesses to really undercut that whole scheme is to argue the Trinity from the Old Testament, because they already have a New World Translation that kind of fudges the New Testament, some of the New Testament references to the deity of Christ. I mean, there are still New World Translation references that you could use, but if you show them that there's actually more than one hypostasis in the Old Testament, that's really devastating to a Jehovah's Witness, because the translators of their fake book didn't know to translate or to change the Old Testament references. So if you show that the Old Testament deity isn't just a Unitarian, lone thing, then I think you can undercut it very quickly. And so I've got multiple talks on Trinity in the Old Testament or Trinity in the Torah that I think would be helpful. Dr. Emmanuel. Dr. Emmanuel, what's up? You want to unmute? Can't hear you, dog. Pure Brad, what's up? I got B-Rad right here. We got some B-Rad right here. What's up, B-Rad? Unmute, B-Rad. Pure B-Rad, unmute. Can you guys not hear me? Is it not working? Yo.
How am I supposed to hear it?
I don't know.
Hear you.
Holla if you hit it. What's up? We hear you, dude.
I'm trying to speak.
I don't know, man. Devin, what's up, dude? Devin?
Hey, Jay, can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
All right, so I got 3 topics I wanted to talk to you about. Byzantium, Americanism, and business, if that's okay.
Okay.
All right, so you consider Byzantium like the best time period, right?
I just said it was a flourishing Christian empire. I never said it was the best time period.
Okay, so if I was just kind of curious, like if you were to do a hybrid, like if we were able to bring back Byzantium, what aspects of Americanism would you like to remove or take and apply, if that makes sense?
I mean, I've done 20 podcasts on this. Enlightenment ideas that I disagree with, classical liberal ideas I disagree with.
Okay, that makes sense. All right, how about business then? So, in terms of how do you think Enlightenment and Americanism has affected? Like, what do you think of the negative aspects that have affected American business from like Americanism and Enlightenment?
I think all of the corporatism that we have, corporate governance that we actually have, banking corporate governance, is all kind of Enlightenment ideology. I mean, that's the laissez-faire attitude, which gives rise to monopoly capital, which even though, some of those people might have opposed the idea of monopoly capitalism, I think it just kind of leads to that. So, Noor, what's up? I want to get to the rest of people's super chats, and then we'll play some more of the interview. What's up, Noor?
Hey, what's up, Jay?
Mm-hmm.
Just a quick question. I'm not Orthodox. I'm a Syrian Catholic, so sorry for my accent. I just have 2 questions. This one regarding two is regarding Islam, and it's basically they always say that because the father is always the monarchy, they say that the son cannot be God. I remember you talking in a few of your videos that it doesn't matter. How would you go with that?
Well, I mean, that's like saying that because the king is the monarch, the prince isn't also a monarch and isn't also having the same nature as the king. The king's son has the same nature and has the same office, power, and role given to him by the king. So this is Dr. Bo Branson's classic analogy between the monarchy of the father and the son. So the fact that there's different roles in no way entails lesser of essence or ontological diminished status. So just because the son submits to the father, comes from the father, eternally generates from the father, It doesn't follow from that he's lesser in role or lesser in power, etc. That's just an assumption. So you can have two different roles and still have the same nature and inequality of the essence.
Okay. And my second question, man, is also regarding this.
By the way, you can apply those same problems to the way that they enumerate Allah's attributes. You can just ask them the same problem for their 99 names or the attributes of Allah. Be like, are they ase or are they dependent? Because if they're dependent, then now they have 99 independent gods. If they're self-existent, then it doesn't explain how they're actually distinct.
I agree, and that was I was going for my second question that they.
Excuse me. If they're dependent, I'm saying. Excuse me. If they're dependent, then they're dependent names of God, and so they're not actually. You could argue that they have a dependence relationship, which is the critique that they make of the Son to the Father, right? They say if the Son is dependent on the Father, he can't be God, and say, well, are all his attributes dependent on all his essence? And many of them will say yes. But if they say they're independent, then they have another problem of 99 independent names and 99 independent deities.
Just another question, if I can. There's like a new sect of Muslims that they believe that it was okay to call Allah Father in one specific time, but it was abrogated. I do not understand how's that possible. If abrogating would just imply that it was a verse of something. Do you think that's a like a fair critique, or is there like another way to to talk about it?
Well, I mean, how could it be true at one time and not true at another time? Because I mean, they have in their history this idea that Allah permitted certain things like alcohol or something at one time, and then he forbade it. And it's like, yeah, but now we're talking about actually knowing and naming Allah. So at one time he allowed himself to be called God the Father. Now he doesn't. So, and by the way, that's not the tradition of Islam. So that would just be the fact that it's sectarian would show that like they're not even in line with their own tradition.
Thank you. God bless.
Mm-hmm. Into the furnace.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Yep.
Hey, so have you seen that video of the boomer guy up in the I think in Montana? He gets flipped by the buffalo. You seen that?
I did see that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty much what you did to Protestant Twitter apparently yesterday. So
that's a good analogy.
Yeah, it's pretty funny because a lot of their top apologists are so inept and unwilling to engage with you. It's funny because Jordan Cooper made a video today. Cannon and Creed is having a video today.
None of these people will debate. I've asked all these people. I don't know if I've asked Cannon and Creed. I'm not sure who that is, but all the other ones I've asked to debate, and they won't do it.
Yeah, it's weird because, and I do have a question because it's something I've been thinking about. So I was thinking about going back into graduate school, but the more I've been looking into a lot of the seminaries and just the academic realm of Christendom, it is so milquetoast and soy boy, and it's just I almost feel not wanting to go anymore. But the thing is like if you don't have those credentials, it's almost like they won't even let you into the room at times. You get what I'm saying? It's almost kind of like
credentials to do what? What do you want to do?
Well, so I definitely would like to teach, but as far as engaging with some of these, PhD doctorate level guys on, the canon or, these processes, because
I wouldn't waste my time on that, dude. I mean, I can't tell you what to do. If you want to be a professor, that's up to you, but I wouldn't waste my time with academia, honestly. And yeah, you're going to deal with a bunch of Skittles, soy nonsense. Sayad, what's up? We got to get back to the Tucker show here. What's up, Sayad? Sod, what's up? Sad, what's up? You're not going to unmute? All right. We had a lot of people not unmuting today. Vane, what's up? Are you there? Vane, are you there? I'm thinking this is an X issue because this keeps happening today. Must not be working right. Vane, we can't hear you if you're there. Last chance here with Eddie or Ed Theory. Ed Theory? I ascribe to Ed Theory.
What's up, Jay?
Yep.
My dude, I am happy to be talking to you, actually. I did catch the latest Tucker interview, and I think you did exceptional.
Thank you.
Can I pay you a few compliments, actually, just to maybe introduce myself?
If it's not too gay, but yeah.
I'll do my best to reel in the homoerotic compliments. And the way that you, let me just group you and Andrew Wilson into. I'm a former Jehovah's Witness, born and raised. Like, I'm 44 years old, coming out of my second marriage, and I'm in my prodigal return to Christianity, so to speak, after learning what a cult I was raised in. And one of the things that has been so instrumental in my return is your live streams, Andrew Wilson's debates, Doug Wilson and his kind of Christian nationalism, what have you, like the way that he's portraying a type of presbytery approach to something. I'm just gathering my wits about me to figure out how to even approach this conversation. But the Tucker interview was, for me, it's one of the things that I want to send to people as hey, this is a great way of distilling where the current dialogue is in modern theology. So, needless to say, like, maybe this is a continuation of the compliment. Try not to make it too gay, but like, the idea is that, like, dude, I kind of owe you. I owe you just thanks for being so dialectic in your approach, such that I'm able to feel something that gives me the sense of the Holy Spirit, or what I was calling synchronicity, in like Jungian terms. And I heard you mention something about why would a pantheist call in and try to project their opinion on this moment. It's kind of because they don't understand they're under a Luciferian spell, perhaps. And like, I just watched I listened or watched your Urantia debate as well, just before no, it was after the Tucker. I was just like, give me some more Jay. I need some more Jay. And the way that you handled that guy, I could see the arrogance that I formerly occupied in my own Luciferian mindset, such that it's pretty easy to just, like, humble yourself and be like, the missing piece of truth or unity is Christ, in almost any regard. But yeah.
All right, well, appreciate that, man. Thank you for your kind words. And I think that that woman is a woman that constantly, all she does is like spam pantheism stuff. So we've been seeing her do this for like a year or so. Anyway, we've had a couple Jehovah's Witnesses, former JW people call in tonight. These are the talks that are, I think, really good for people in the or coming out of the Jehovah's Witness sphere or in that sphere. Trinity in the Old Testament, and then the Trinity in Genesis, and then there's a longer talk. Jewish Trinity is a good one. That was my opening statement for the Hakikachu debate. There's a 3-hour one that's not popping up here. Where's it at? Let me I think I have to put, I think it's Trinity Deity of Christ is how it's titled. Here it is. Is Jesus God? Is God a Trinity? This is a really good talk for Jehovah's Witness types, because a lot of it is the deity of Christ in the Old Testament and the Trinity in the Old Testament. So there's a couple of those that I think would benefit people in that mindset. Yami, what's up?
Hey, can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
Do you have anything that you wrote or any talks on helping people come out of like the papal minimalism cult?
Yeah, a lot of podcasts where we demonstrate you have to believe the totality of the universal ordinary magisterium. So I would say type in anything I've done on Vatican I. So if you type in J. Dyer Vatican I, you'll get probably 10 podcasts where we kind of make that same line of argument over and over. I know there's one called Let's try. Let's see. Vatican I. Maybe all the Vatican II ones as well. This one, Vatican I is the key to refuting Roman Catholicism. Papacy and Vatican I are a contradiction. And then let's see what we got for Vatican II. Oh, I know what it's called. It's called Was Vatican II Infallible? That actually gets into that issue. Because I show all the places that you have, yeah, this is it. All the places that you have to believe in universal ordinary magisterial teaching, which is far beyond the minimalist scope. And if you come to the notes, or excuse me, the description of this podcast or this live stream, you'll see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 references. Those references all show that you are bound by way more than what the minimalists claim. So, and those are all papal statements saying you're bound by much more than papal minimalism. We also did a lot. I also have several tweets from Denzinger proving this point. Also, when I had the SSPX guy on, we went through all of those as well. This guy here, David Riley. So if you watch this live stream, I go into all of those same questions to a person who's obviously a papal minimalist since he's SSPX. All right. So let's get back to a little of this Tucker stuff. And let's see, we're starting to get into the difference between church and state, between Protestants and the Orthodox patristic sort of mindset.
Since the religion you described was originally tethered to a government, an empire, how has becoming Orthodox changed your view of government and its role?
That's an interesting question. When I was a Calvinist, I was more like a sort of libertarian, get the state out of everything.
It is the religion of libertarianism, isn't it?
But as I got more into historic Christianity, I started to realize that, well, maybe republicanism isn't like the highest form of government. Like maybe it's not necessarily the best. So, and I'd never read any critiques of, Republican governance and whatnot, but it turns out there've been, quite a few people, especially after scientific revolution, there were conservatives and right wingers who were writing pretty, I would say, substantial critiques of republicanism. I think even members of royal families were writing pretty good critiques of.
Well, naturally,
yeah. They have a vested interest in probably that, right?
But I mean, no, but there were liberal in the best sense minded people who believed in inalienable rights, who argued that a republican form of government, self-government, democracy would devolve into tyranny.
True. Plato wrote even back in his day that, and he was of course a proponent of republicanism, but he wrote that the more decentralized in the sense of democracy, he didn't like democracy at all. He thought that would eventually lead to mobocracy and the rule of the passions, because the oligarch in that type of a democratic setting has the incentive to appeal to the biggest number at the lowest basis, lowest common denominator. And then it becomes incumbent upon him to really play on the passions of the mob. So why not debase the people, because they're easier to control, the mob. So there's an incentive that even Plato noticed back then.
I think he writes in the Republic, if this happens, they're going to legalize weed.
They're going to legalize everything to do with butt stuff.
Yep.
So it becomes fake and gay. So he saw it, I think, in various ways, even as a
I don't remember saying any of that, which is funny because whoever this dude is, he's kind of a funny guy. I like this guy that Tucker said on here. This guy's super, super funny. We got a lot of super chats here. I need to get into more of these. Mr. Stacks, $20. Thank you so much for going on such a large podcast and doing well. Thank you. Iron Giant, $5. I'm waiting for James Lindsay to nip at your heels. I've asked that guy to debate like 5 times too. He won't do it. Bowman Igloo, $5. What do you think about that channel called Esoterica? To me, it comes off as subversive. Not familiar with it, but it sounds like it probably is. Orthodox Vernices, $10. Congratulations, Jay. I love you. This is no fake and gay comment. Thank you. Cruel Barracuda, $5. This is not a joke. I found a female version of you. Uh-oh. She has a PhD in philosophy. Well, that's not like me. She reads a lot, and she spent a month in an Orthodox monastery. She looks good. Well, then it is like me. So you're right. You're correct. She's Roman Catholic, but she went to Orthodox monastery. Should I pursue her? Sounds like she's. I mean, she's not as pretty as me, but I mean, if she's a diva, yeah, go for it, dude. Mongoloid, should Jay interview Colonel Towner Watkins? Intelligence agencies work for the global elites. USA is winning, Europe's losing. I don't know who Colonel Watkins is. Pontico Freeman, $5. Thank you. J Rome, $10. I tried calling in. It messed up. I'm convinced about Orthodoxy. I converted from Protestantism. I went to Roman Catholic. However, I have a weird testimony. Now that I'm learning about Orthodoxy, I'm struggling with the Marian apparitions. Okay, that might have been the guy that called in today. I think the first call was about, early on, was about apparitions. Auguste, $5. Can I call in about Tucker? Yes, you can. John, $10. Thank you for your knowledge. Thank you, John. We're still in yesterday's Super Chats. Steve, $5. Jay, I'm a doctoral student. No, we did that one. We still got to pull up yesterday's YouTube Super Chats, too. Green from Oz. Thank you. I'm trying to find the links between Milner and Fabian's. You have to get the Johann Ratu book. It's the best book on the subject. I think there are PDFs floating around, but I think the book is out of print. So this is the book. And then whenever I talk about these out of print books, people that have a copy put it up for like $5,000 on Amazon. So I wouldn't recommend buying a $5,000. I mean, I don't know if it's $5,000, but you know what I'm saying. This is the book, The Milner Fabian Conspiracy. It's absolutely necessary reading. It's excellent, phenomenal, spot on. Probably one of my top, geopolitical texts for sure. The one thing that makes my arguments built on a foundation of sand, what comes to mind? Again, that book. Kelly, $20. Jay, what's on your shirt? It's I bought a Jamie Kennedy B-Rad shirt. Earth is my planet. So we're honoring one of the first founders of Wigzantium, one of the earliest Wiggers, your boy B-Rad. So, I mean, when you type in Wigger in, GIFs, GIFs, I mean, it's B-Rad that pops up for a reason, you guys. You guys don't know who B-Rad is? Before there was Ali G, dog, there was B-Rad. I'm talking about B-Rad, dog.
Hey, that's me. B-Rad G. Hey, yo, fool. We about to have some hardcore drama go down right about now. That's what I'm talking.
By the way, we rewatched Malibu's Most Wanted recently. It is still funny. And I'm not just saying that because I like Jamie Kennedy, but I mean, a lot of 90s and 2000s era comedies don't hold up. And when was this was like 2001, 2. It still holds up, dude. It's funny. I think they did really good with this. It's kind of a classic, When was Ali G? It was right around the same time. So I don't know who was technically the first Wigger. Let's see. And I looked this up the other day and I forgot. It's right around the exact same time. So the first appearance of Ali G was like 1998 on a British show. And then the Ali G show was when? Let's see. 2000. But Jamie Kennedy was doing B-Rad on, they might have been right around the same time. I don't know who was first. But basically there's co-Wigger founders of Wigger. But we're going to obviously support Jamie Kennedy over Sacha Baron Cohen. So let's see. Malibu Most Wanted. A lot of Jamie's characters he had been doing for a long time too. So let's see. Don't pay attention to 30% on Rotten Tomatoes. Rotten Tomatoes is fake and gay. Let's see. So Malibu's Most Wanted was 2003. So maybe Jamie was a little bit after Ali G, but still.
About. We get ours. That's my crib. It ain't much, but it's all I got. Yo, what's up, y'all? We all gathered here on the special occasion to listen to my pop.
By the way, he's a shitty rapper too, which makes it funny, right? He's like the white dude who's shitty. And by the way, he's also Jewish, which is funny too. The character. Anyway, where are we at? Journey of Abundance. Gavin, Ruslan, and Netanyahu are holding a secret conclave. It's at a script club, and they're gonna stop Jay. Uh-oh. Pro Zilch, $20. You're late and gay. Oh, he burnt me, dude. Burnt. Green, what's up? Gumstick, $10. The crash out on Twitter over the Tucker interview is the worst thing I've seen in a while. It's actually worse today than yesterday. I've never seen anything like this. That's crazy. Yeah, I never would have expected that any of these people were even going to care, but I guess this made me realize that Tucker actually has a very large Protestant evangelical base that watches the show, which I guess it makes sense. I just didn't think about it. Agnostic, $10. Jay, I'm begging you, please watch Burn Notice. Yeah, I've got it on my list to watch. We just have to, I have to start, like, when it's several seasons of a show, I got to kind of build up the energy to deal with a lot of seasons. So, but I'm not really, Jamie and I are not really watching any shows right now. I think we finished something. I forgot what it was. So we were looking for something to watch. We watched a few episodes of Outer Limits, the 90s version, and it's all right. It's kind of corny. It's kind of like a worse version of X-Files. So maybe we need to start Burn Notice. So appreciate that. You said it has a lot of overlap. It has espionage, intelligence, one-liners. It's all 2000s Miami. Sounds perfect. Holly says for $10, I found you and Jamie via your interviews with Jamie Kennedy. You answered a lot of my Protestant questions, so please keep doing what you're doing. Yeah, you know. What's that one line that B-Red has when he's driving and he's trying to freestyle when he's driving? I think this is it. It's so stupid.
Looks fat. What label you at? Oh, right now, it's just a demo. I sent it to Dre, but he ain't got back to me yet. You're like a cross between Martha Stewart and Oprah. I'ma call you Mothra. Hey, yo, traffic, looking for my chapstick, feeling kind of car sick. There's a Ford Maverick.
I like the idea of a Jewish white guy rapper that's no good. Vasovic, $10. I wish you went deeper into the differences of our church about the Eucharist. Well, I mean, I had no control over what subjects Tucker wanted to talk about, dude. And again, I'm trying to explain to you guys, when you're on these types of shows that are, even if it's a long form 2-hour show, I mean, Piers Morgan is usually 1 hour or 30 minutes. Any of those types of shows, you have to think about compact, concise responses to the questions or the prompts. There is no, let me give you a nuanced, footnoted, scholastic lecture. That's not how it works. So it's not gonna, I can't control what he wants to bring up. T King, $5. More and more, the mean song is real. Oh, he's some other song about me being mean. Everybody complains about Jay, but they won't actually come debate the Emperor Wigxanthium. Again, you can't use the excuse that he just wants to scream over everybody and mute them. Then come do a formal debate. We've been doing modern day debate stuff all the time. We've got like 8 debates lined up to do on modern day debate. So there's no excuse that I'm going to scream and mute you if it's at modern day debate. So any of these Protestants, whether it's Canon, Conundrum, Creed, whatever, Catskill, Canon, Conundrum, Barrel of Whiskey, whatever that guy's channel is, let's set up a modern day debate. Jordan Cooper, let's set up a modern day debate. Oren McIntyre, let's set up a modern day debate. He just ignored all the challenges. I put like 10 times, dude, come debate. So he saw it. I mean, it got like 1,000 likes to his like 50 likes on his comment. So he saw that. He's totally ignoring the offer. He won't do a debate. I hypocrite, talk shit to me for no reason today. He won't come do a debate. No, you have to debate my big brother. Well, why don't you debate? Why are you all trying to like big bro me? If you need to debate. Who else? But the offer still stands. Yeah, any Protestants that want to come debate, let's do it. And we could do it on modern day debate. I mean, any Protestant within reason. I'm not debating every single person in a formal debate who has like 500 subscribers. So anybody with a sizable following that wants to debate, Let's set it up on Modern Day Debate. We can do that. That way you can't complain that I'm being mean or whatever. What other Protestants were there? Razor Fist, that dude's never going to debate. If he wants to debate, let's set it up on Modern Day Debate. Westhoff, let's set it up. Gavin Orland, let's set it up. None of these people will do it. They've all blocked and declined because he made joke. That's so just, they're so fake and gay, dude. And I'm over here like B-Red. I'm like, yo, this is my planet right here. Y'all on my planet. Wixantium rising, baby. This our planet. Y'all just renting. Y'all just all renting from us. This our planet. Gregory, $5. Iced coffee. Thank you, dude. Sick with sin. Somebody needs to draw draw Jay as Colonel Volgan. AC, what's up, AC? We ain't seen you in a while. He says, I've been seeing you lately. He says, She Got a Demon song needs to be edited for charismatic pimp slap exorcism so that Avery's dad's bishop church can for that church so normies can get the reference. Yeah, the music needs to have Avery dancing at his dad's business church. That's a good idea. Your Jerry Falwell is insane. I don't remember doing a Jerry Falwell impression. So you must be making a joke I don't get. Avant-Garde, $10. Did you consider that even though you want to switch content to do sketch comedy? I said I'd like to do sketch comedy, but I never said I'm switching to doing sketch comedy. That's not feasible in today's society. There are no more sketch comedy shows. That didn't even exist. I mean, Saturday Night Live still exists because they're still normies, but I mean, Sam Hyde's channel isn't mainly sketch comedy. It's mainly Sam's, video clips and Sam Hyde show. So I didn't say I was going to switch to doing sketch comedy. I just said it would be really fun to do sketch comedy. You need to be brave and accept that role. Again, I never said I was just going to switch to doing sketch comedy. Agnostic. No, we did that. Green Eyes. How accurate is Dr. Zhivago? I've never read it, but I think it promotes Western ideas, doesn't it? Isn't it like about the dude cheating on his wife? Orthodox Vernice says the guy that was calling in is flashbacks to tech support days. Abstract says you short-circuited all Protestant Twitter. T King. No, we did that. Green Eyes, $15. Cecil Rhodes had a plan for Anglo-British imperial domination. That's correct. I started looking at the Saxon heritage. The Rothschilds were Jewish Germans. That is correct. They're not native. They're not Anglo-Saxon people. But they just funded and aided Cecil Rhodes' idea, but then Cecil Rhodes' idea wasn't a hit. It didn't succeed, so they just went forward with what they wanted. Made by Jim Bob, $10. Have you considered making tag for BIPOC people or make BIPOC vernacular? That is the challenge, to make tag vernacular. Pro Zilch, $50. Thank you so much. It's funny how Jay's loudest detractors either worked for a tiny hat person at Daily Wire or they have Mormon spacewife believer bosses at the Blaze. Who attacked me from Daily Wire? Did Ben Shapiro say something? I'm not familiar with that. I saw Michael Knowles, but Michael Knowles' comments were basically agreeing with what I said, which kind of surprised me because I wouldn't have suspected he would ever acknowledge that, we made a good point. But Matt Dillon Monkey, $5. Protestants keep seething, but they can't call in. Exactly. Sick with Sin. Can you do a stream on the Muslim Brotherhood's 100-year plan? I mean, Kai and I have been doing Islamic plan geopolitical live streams. We just did our first geopolitics of Islam stream like a few months ago. So, I mean, I'm sure we'll hit on Muslim Brotherhood more in depth, but I don't explicitly know what their 100-year plan is. Zane says for $10, Jay, thank you. The slow boys out here don't have time to read these books. Yeah, and they're boring too, by the way, most of them. But we have you congrats to do that for us. I've read a lot, but I've not read near as much as you. Congratulations on Tucker. Thank you. Q-Tard, $5. I was going to send this to Cleve, but Cleve ended and all of those people are here. All those who lack bars. Shit, we got fire bars over here, dude. What are you talking about? Matt Dillon Monkey, Jordan Cooper tried to pretend that nominalism isn't a single cause, and Luther was not a nominalist. Yeah, I didn't argue that. So they can keep doing straw men all day long because that's all they have. Nominalism is one issue in a multi-causal argument. Yeah, correct. I mentioned in the Tucker interview Renaissance humanism. That also played a role in the Reformation. Because, for example, Calvinist was a humanist. And that doesn't mean secular humanism. It meant it was a movement at the time that was like, I'm going blank on the Roman Catholic. There were Catholics and Protestants involved in what was called humanism. Okay, this is not secular humanism, but humanism was also an important factor in the Reformation. And the Erasmus, I was trying to think of it. So you have Catholic humanists like Erasmus. John Calvin was one of the humanists. And all this meant was the idea of returning to the original linguistic sources. So going back to the Hebrew text, going back to the Greek text. If you want to talk about Homer or whatever, let's go back to the Greek versions. That's what humanism was mainly concerned with as an academic movement, to move back to original texts and then to retranslate those rather than relying on a lot of medieval translations, which needed to be updated. So there's nothing inherently bad about, quote, humanism at the time of the Reformation. And again, it included everybody from Erasmus to Calvin to even Philip Melanchthon. So that's a very important emphasis on the Reformation. At no point did I say that the only basis for the Reformation is nominalism. So all of these people are just showing their mid-wit tier analysis skills to act like I made some single causal chain. I just gave one example highlighting why justification in the Protestant doctrine is not possible in the ancient medieval world. Why? Because they were not nominalists. And to have Luther's doctrine requires nominalism. To have extrinsic righteousness, which is the Reformation doctrine. You guys heard that Reform guy call in earlier. We argued this already tonight. And he agreed, yes, all your points were correct. But it doesn't apply to Calvin, right? So he's admitted that it was a problem with Luther. Oh, but let me defend Calvin. No, it's all of them, dude. It doesn't matter because the principle is, how does God declare a thing to be what it isn't? So you need theological voluntarism. I didn't even go into that. That's also an Occamist position. Let me give an example. So William of Ockham debated, and this is a famous medieval debate, like, could God damn the saints who are already in heaven? Right? Because the debate hinges on whether things have natures or whether there are essences or things, the principles that God has willed to be bound to. Or, as Occam thought, could God just arbitrarily will good to be evil and thus to damn the saints? To say that, well, if God wanted to, he could just flip everything and put all of the saints into hell and all the hell people into heaven. Why? Well, because God's not bound by anything. Okay, so it kind of verges over into like Islamic ideas of occasionalism. God can just will it to be either way. So what determines good and evil? Merely the divine will, right? And that's also, by the way, you can argue it's a consequence of absolute divine simplicity as well, because many of the theological voluntarists were also proponents of radical divine simplicity. Anyway, the same principle then is used, which is again in the domain of nominalism, to say that, well, God could call a thing righteous even if it's not, by just simply willing it to be so. So yeah, I might be filthy rags, but God sees me as righteous through the righteousness of Christ because he wills to do so and wills it to be so. So you see how this line of argumentation reduces to a nominalist idea of things not actually being that, corresponding to the name or the signifier, and also corresponds to other things I didn't even bring up, like theological voluntarism, which we have brought up for many years on the channel. So again, when you're on a podcast and you are simplifying complex ideas and you're responding within a limited time frame, you have to be concise. You cannot footnote every single phrase and comment, and nothing I said, by the way, is incorrect. So everything I said is 100% spot on.
And philosopher to try to figure out some way to have a society based on sort of objective, almost mathematical principles. By the end of the Republic, it's sort of like you get the impression that he thinks that you need to go study mathematics on the top of a mountain for 20 years, and then you come back and then you sort of instantiate mathematical forms into the society. And it's interesting because later on, by the end of his life, he seems to progress towards more of like a secret society type of governance, because he has this, I think I'm going from memory, maybe the Symposium or the other one, but he argues that there's this Council of Night in IGHT, which is a governance board of like spy chiefs.
Yep.
And so they meet at night because the public's too stupid to know what's going on. So, which is just weird because it reminds me of like, I remember reading something about Kissinger talking about the wise men, and like, it's like Plato's talking about like Henry Kissinger's form of like secret government.
Then we devolved to the level of Jeffrey Epstein from
exactly
Coney Island.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but it's all the same thing. It's just Jeffrey Epstein was an idiot, which no one wants to say, but he was, obviously, when you read his writing. And so it's sort of our version of that. Yeah. So I noticed that the enthusiasm for liberal democracy, whatever that is, but our system of government that has produced our culture, enthusiasm is waning for that. Like, I don't know many people, I don't know anyone who wants dictatorship, just to be clear, but I literally don't know anybody who thinks the current system is working. So that suggests it probably won't last. So what comes next, and what should come next?
Yeah, there's no easy answer to that. I mean, I think, again, when you look at Christian history, even in the West or in the Orthodox East, you have a pretty normative tradition of kings and queens, preferably kings, but and that happens through a semi-sacramental service called a coronation service. So, the Orthodox Church always coronated emperors, czars, kings. Some of the most famous, kings in the history of the Orthodox Church, fought massive battles. They went to war. So I think one thing that ties into this idea of a de-Christianizing of the state, which is part and parcel with that sort of tendency in the Calvinist, libertarian type of tradition, the classical liberal.
And by the way, this is the very Protestantized ethos that infected the Roman Catholic Church after Vatican II, which I will be debating Trent Horn on. So Trent Horn and I have agreed to do 2 debates in December. That will be also through Modern Day Debate. I think James is still trying to figure out whether he wants to do that in Austin, I think is where he's looking at. So that will be in December. We'll have 2 debates with Trent Horn in person. So that should be a big draw. And the topics are, I think we're going to do papacy in the early church. And then we're going to do, did Vatican II depart from Catholic dogma on church and state relations? I think is how we framed it. So that will be a big debate coming up.
Ethos is, there was a famous Russian statesman, Papanatiev, who wrote a book, Reflections of a Russian Statesman, around 1890s. And he said, when you de-Christianize the state, you don't get liberty. You get another cult that runs the state.
Exactly.
And he noticed that before,
I have too.
before the Bolsheviks, right? So,
really?
Yeah, he had looked at the French Revolution and prior examples, and he said, you just get another cult that steps in and runs things.
So you're always going to be governed by religious fanatics.
Yes.
So the question is, which religion?
Want some good ones, or at least some nicer ones? Or yeah,
I've noticed that just from knowing people who run countries, like they're all.
And by the way, Reflections of a Russian Statesman was written in 1898, and that's very relevant to especially all the stuff that we talked about at the beginning of today's show in regard to the Rothschilds and their funding of we know for sure, funding of the Russo-Japanese War to overthrow the Tsars in 1904-05. And we found that at the archives. And then the little more obscure disputed topic of to what degree did they, through the syndicate, not explicitly the Rothschilds, but through the syndicate, through Schiff and others, fund either Lenin or Trotsky. So if you go back to the beginning of the stream, that's actually what we talked about today.
Deeply religious people, most won't admit it. You think Macron is not religious? Oh, he's very religious. It's just not your religion.
It's some other Luciferian.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know what. So I think the Reformation, whether it intended to or not, ultimately kind of severed the relationship.
So we got a super chat about Tucker says, Neil says for $5, this is not Neil from Dirt Poor Robins, some other Neil, says, I saw Tucker was interviewed recently by a Calvinist. Tucker said that he was he was against institutional church. He had problems with monarchy. He believes there should be a separation of church and state. He said Jesus was anti-monarchy, and he was riding into Jerusalem on a donkey. Well, that's in his humiliated state. So that's actually prior to the resurrection. So things change after the resurrection and the ascension. And that's why the church eventually, even in the period when the church is persecuted, many church fathers still affirm things like the death penalty, right? Which again, relates directly to the role of the state, because you can't have the death penalty on your own. There has to be some legitimate state that can exercise the death penalty. So when you read the church fathers, even post-apostolic fathers who promote and defend the death penalty, Clement does, for example, that shows you that they did not have this pacifist, sort of anti-Christian idea of the state. They were dealing with a pagan state persecuting the church. But after the Edict of Toleration, and after Theodosius, who's the first one to begin to actually have Christian laws in the empire, and then into the Code of St. Justinian, we get the transition to a Christian state. And that's predicted throughout the prophets. That's why so many prophets said that when the Messiah comes, you'll have Gentile kings and queens converting and becoming members of the church. That's exactly what happened in the centuries following. That's why Daniel, for example, Daniel 2 predicts that the empire under which the Messiah was born would eventually be Christianized and become a Christian imperium. So Tucker, again, has a Protestant ethos. He comes out of a Protestant background. So I'm not surprised that he's still defending those issues because, again, when we talked, those are essentially the issues that he said he still struggles with. Now, but to be clear, Protestantism is actually historically also monarchical, except for Calvin. So whether it was the English reformers, hello, Henry VIII is a king. He's the head of that church. Well, I don't agree with him being the head of the church, but that's still monarchy. So early Protestants were monarchists. Who helped Luther come to power? German princes. That's still monarchy. Luther only could have succeeded with the support of the German princes. I'm sure there were other Protestant kings as well. Calvin, however, was not a fan of that. Calvin thought that the state needed to kind of model the church. And so the Presbyterial version of church government is more like a republic. And so the governance model that the society needs is also something more like a republic. And I've read Calvin. I have an entire shelf of John Calvin. I was a devoted Calvinist for many years. Calvin's position is actually a theocracy that's a republic. And Calvin was very influential on the Puritans. So when you see the Puritans set up this sort of republic, Republican city on a hill theocracy, that's just Calvin. So you don't really get a disagreement with monarchy until you have the Cavaliers and the Royalists in England. I remember reading about this years and years ago, and there was even debates at the Westminster Confession Assembly, as I've told you guys before. Like, they were debating whether or not the Westminster Confession would support monarchy or republic. And it turns out that the partisans of republicanism ended up winning out. And so the Westminster Confession ends up not being a monarchist text, but ends up being a republic text. I'm not an expert in English history. Again, I'm just trying to remember. This is stuff I read like 15 years ago. So there was the Royalists. And this is funny because this is like Protestants were killing each other over baptism and what the form of government is. Is it I think it's Cavaliers, isn't it? There's like two brands of cigarettes fighting. Yeah, so the Cavaliers or Royalists believed in absolute monarchy. And they fought against the parliamentarians who were called the Roundheads. So this is in the English Reformation, you get this battle where the Protestants are killing each other, not just over church governance, right? Because Anglicans favored, bishops, and Calvinists favored a presbytery. But they also reflected that into the state, where they're debating over and fighting over whether there should be a king or whether there should be like a republic or a quote parliament. So this is what Protestants are like killing each other over, even as today they pretend that they're all ecumenists on the same page, right? This ridiculous idea that Redeemed Zoomer has that, Protestantism is the true church. Well, you mean the classical Protestants who were killing each other over forms of church government and the state? That is the true church.
That the church had already sort of normalized between church and state, that symphonia that we talked about. And then and it's a confluence of interest. It's not just ideologues like Martin Luther or whatever. In fact, many of the reformers had very powerful, like for example, Luther's Reformation wouldn't have succeeded without the German princes being behind it. Also.
Yeah, exactly. I don't even remember if I brought this up or not.
Of course, they were resentful because they didn't want to spend the money.
They didn't want to be under the Pope. They were tired of the papacy. Of course,
and Germany was emerging as the great power in Europe. Exactly. And like, why would you want to be ruled by Italy?
Exactly. So there was a lot of resentment, papal stuff going on. Same with Henry VIII. He didn't want to, be under the Pope's rules about his ladies. So those combinations of interests. And by the way, there's also Jewish influence on the Reformation as well. In fact, there were, according to Carol Quigley, even Protestant and Jewish banking interests funded the French Revolution massively. And he's got a great chapter on the rise of the Paribas system in France, which is the Rothschild banking system. And then I just read in the Rothschild's biography the fact that they had a long-term vendetta with the czarist attitudes towards Russians, towards Russian Jews. And Lord Rothschild wired 1 million rubles to V.I. Lenin. I knew about other, like the Warburgs.
And by the way, this I did misread, but it actually turns out it's even worse than this, because it was the Jacob Schiff as the front for that cartel, that banking cartel, which was actually a Rothschild cartel, that was funding even more money to the Japanese to destroy the Tsar in 1904 and 1905, and also later through Schiff to Trotsky. So technically, yes, I did misread this point, but we already covered that earlier in the stream.
Schiffs, they'd funded Lenin and Trotsky, but I did not know that, according to the Morton, they'd actually wired Lenin $1 million, so to speak, and he was supposed to pay it back, but he never did.
Well, I think the Bolshevik Revolution was ideological, but I think it was also ethnic conflict to some extent.
I mean,
obviously,
the Lord Rothschild said that. He said, we will make the Russian Christians pay for what they did for many centuries, in his mind.
Yeah. Well, and they did. They made them pay. No one's paid more dearly.
So since I brought this up in the discussion, here is the tweet where I highlighted from the Rothschilds' personal archives. And they have a historian that they've posted his assessment of this time period. This is the loans to the Japanese government to overthrow the Tsar. This is the admission that it was a combine, a syndicate. You see that right there? And this is right prior to the to the Bolshevik Revolution. And then the Rothschild historian says the Tsarist government had odious treatment of what the Rothschilds called their co-religionists, meaning the Jews, and thus the principal driver of the wedge between the Rothschilds and the Tsarist regime was due to this. Indeed, during the Russo-Japanese War, and this is only a few years before the Bolshevik Revolution, it says the Tsar. It says the Russo-Japanese War ended in a humiliating defeat for Russia. Many Jewish financiers, most notably Jacob Schiff of Kuhn and Loeb, not only obtained from lending to Russia, but actively sought to support Russia's Japanese enemies. And then you'll note that right here, it says the bond issuance in 1905 to the Japanese government was 50 million pounds. So no, it wasn't just 1 million to the Kerensky transition government, which I got wrong. I thought it was to Lenin. No, it was 50 million to overthrow the Tsar. So it's actually way worse than I said it. So, and I'm actually glad that people noticed and called me out on that mistake, because it got me to dive deeper and find out, oh, it's actually 10 times worse. And here's one of the Japanese loans from the Rothschild Bank through Schiff, Kuhn, and Loeb. So in other words, Schiff, Kuhn, and Loeb, as we saw at the beginning, is a Rothschild front, because they all intermarried and worked together. So let's get back to this.
Actually, so Orthodoxy, I mean, a lot you just said I didn't know, because I know so little about Orthodoxy. I knew nothing about it 3 or 4 years ago. Now it seems, I don't know, ascendant, but it certainly seems popular. Why is that?
The internet, has an interesting positive and negative effect it can have on all these domains. So I think in one way,
no, we only had like one Protestant call in to actually debate today. So people are asking how the Protestant. No, there's only, and he was actually calling to debate. He basically just asked questions. So, and we had a little bit of back and forth over, what happened on the cross. But no, we haven't had any Protestants call in. By the way, if you are calling in as a Protestant in the chat, you raise your hand and I'll bring you up. Man, this is going a lot slower than I thought. I don't know if I have the energy to get through. We might have to do a part 3. I don't know, because we're already we've been going for how long? Freaking hours, dude. We've only been going 1 hour. That can't be right. How long has this been going? 3 hours. I don't know why I thought 1 hour. Maybe we'll have to do a part 3, because we're just now getting into the conspiracy stuff. So we're moving out of theology. I forgot he asked me about the new atheists, and then we're getting into Hollywood and maybe that would make more sense to do a different, because the topics change after this. Anybody disagree? You want to raise your hand? Ben, what's up, man?
Hello?
Hey.
Hey, Jay.
What's up, man?
Calling
calling in to say thanks for all you do. And I just recently heard that I heard on the Tucker podcast that you got problems with your microbiome, and I got the same shit, man. And just a suggestion is try cutting out gluten potentially. Because
I did that 10 years ago. I quit gluten and all of that. I mean, I'm not trying to be rude, but I've done all that. The only thing that helped was the carnivore diet. That's the only thing that really helps my gut. So, and if I, even to this day, like if I deviate, it's very painful. So Dakota, what's up? What's up?
What's up, dude? So I'm a former sixth generation Oneness Pentecostal, now Orthodox, mostly due to your work. So thank you.
Awesome.
I think I have a good understanding of the polemics against sola scriptura by highlighting how it reduces to relativism because it's an arbitrary standard via the right of a private judgment.
Sure.
However, I don't have a strong understanding of the apologetics for the Orthodox position and how our worldview provides an objective standard via the different authorities that we appeal to. Could you take a few minutes to explain, or in the future make a short video explaining how the authorities in our church function as an objective standard?
Yeah, but keep in mind that there's a difference between normative authority and epistemic certitude. And so people confuse these two because, first of all, many Roman Catholics are very bad at apologetics, especially the pop people. And so they will make this mistake of thinking that, oh, well, we have the papacy and that gives us certainty. No, that's two different issues because you still have to read and interpret the papal documents, of which there are thousands and thousands of pages. So you're just moving the problem back a step when you act like having a papacy somehow gives you individual certitude about dogma and doctrine. And in reality, that's the existential certitude question. And then there's the normative authority question. So against Protestants, we would agree with Roman Catholics that Protestantism, because it has no body of people that can enforce any idea about doctrine or morals that they can bind people's conscience to, Protestantism lacks normative ethical authority. There's nobody to really bind these things. There's no, you have the Supreme Court. They decide the interpretation of the Constitution, and thus those are legally binding. In Protestantism, there isn't any such thing. It's just you and the document, right? Well, in America and in every legal theory or legal setting ever, there's never been a situation where you just decide the interpretation of the law on your own. Now, there's some court that has authority. And even in the Old Testament, there was a normative authority that the Levites and the priests had to bind people to the interpretation of the text. I'm not saying that made them infallible. I'm just saying that existed. And I'm saying in Protestantism, it doesn't exist. Okay. So that's a separate issue about, can any group of people bind my conscience to an interpretation of the scriptures like the council fathers at Nicaea did, right? They said, if you don't agree with Arius, you're excommunicated from the church. So they're binding people to an interpretation. But you don't have that in Protestantism because, as we pointed out, sort of every generation has to reinvent the wheel, because there's no guarantee that the previous generation got anything right, whether it's the canon of scripture, whether it's the doctrine of the Trinity, the deity of Christ. Any of those things could be, they're all up for grabs. So we have to reinvent the wheel every generation, right? And that's just silly. It's chaotic. Nothing can ever be sort of set in stone. So we agree with Protestants and Catholics that, yes, at the end of the day, the only final arbiter has to be the Holy Spirit, and the Holy Spirit kind of giving us that certitude at an individual level. Where we disagree is the means by which he does that. So if you're a Protestant, the means are you and the Bible, basically. If you're a Roman Catholic, it's you and the papal magisterial documents, ultimately. And hopefully the Holy Spirit leads you to interpret that right. And then if you're Orthodox, it's a confluence of things, including the liturgy, the church fathers, the councils, and the Bible, all sort of working together in harmony, in a sort of a synthesis, okay? And from our perspective, right, I don't think you could set any one of them as like, oh, I don't care about the liturgy, the Bible's the only thing that matters. Well, the Bible is a liturgical document. Well, I don't care about the Bible, I just care about the church fathers. Well, the church fathers are interpreting the Bible, right? So there's not really like, amongst this web of things that are necessary, you can't really pit one of them as like the tier of the most important. I'm not saying there's not hierarchical importance. I'm just saying that the Bible doesn't cancel out, the teachings of the fathers or the council or something like that. You can't sort of put them in opposition is what I'm trying to say. Even though there might be sort of hierarchy of authority, even amongst the scriptures themselves, right? So, for example, the Gospels have a higher place in the liturgy and a position of honor than even Paul's epistles or the Old Testament. And you'll notice that we don't fall into a dialectic of thinking that, oh, well, because it has a higher place, that means the Old Testament is bad or Paul's epistles are wrong. No, that would be a false analogy, right? And so one of the things that's, I think, crucial to Orthodox theology that is different from Protestantism and Catholicism is this idea that you can have preeminence of role without destroying the unanimity that exists amongst those that do not have that role. Right. So in other words, a bishop has a preeminence in the church, but the bishop isn't more saved than a parishioner. Okay. You can have the Patriarch of Constantinople having a certain degree of honor and primacy canonically, but he's not more bishop than any other bishop. Right. So we have this idea of primacy, but not ontological superiority just because there's primacy. Same with the relationship of the Father to the Son. The Father is the source, the fount, the arche, etc., and the Son is not the source, the fount, the arche. I'm talking about of his person. But that doesn't mean that the Son is ontologically diminished. So likewise, within this one and many relationship within the church, you have multiple authorities that all kind of work together, even if some might be given a kind of a preeminence. So Protestants don't think that way. And you could argue Roman Catholics don't think that way, right? To Roman Catholicism, it's just the Pope's decisions, right? The Pope ultimately is not just the arbiter of magisterium. The Pope is also the interpreter of the tradition. And so he's really the voice of all of it. That's why it always ends up being essentially just what's the gossip in Rome. And I was in Roman Catholicism for 9, 8, 10 years, whatever it was. That's how it works. Everybody ends up just kind of every week is like, well, how is Rome screwing us over this week, right? Did 10 years of that. Because the whole religion revolves around that dude. In Protestantism, it's more like chaotic all over the place, right? So there's not one guy, but it's like, well, everybody thinks they're following the Bible, and it's just sort of chaos. But that's a different question from whether we have certitude, right? Individual certitude is a different question from normative authority. And Roman Catholic apologists, unfortunately, have done a tremendous disservice because they always argue that the papacy will give you certitude. And of course, it provides no such thing.
I started looking at apologetic stuff around 2000, 2001. And back then it was, you would listen to people's cassette tapes. You would listen to a little MP3 on Windows Media Amp or whatever. But now it's everywhere. The debate sphere, which is something that kind of grew, not just from me, but I mean, other people Crowder used to go do this sort of come convince me, debate people. And then Ben Shapiro would go debate the, college kids, the prepared weirdos. So that's a lot of low hanging fruit that like Ben Shapiro would do, but they're also sort of accidentally almost came about a pretty intense.
I should have done a Ben Shapiro impression at that point, but I didn't think about it. But Storm the Cat says for $5, I met Hegel at a grocery store in Los Angeles. Damn, dude, that's crazy. We got somebody turned CERN on and then brought Hegel back. Sick with Sin, $10. Can I request? Oh, that was weird. That one. Steve B says, I'm writing a reflection, an apology about the Black Church, Western modernity, private interpretation, the loss of apostolic authority. I want to talk about how slavery and Protestant indoctrination shaped actually today's Black Christian heterodoxy. Interesting. Have you ever come across this topic? No, I have not. That would be an interesting book because I've never even heard about a book like that. But I know that, obviously a lot of the Black churches throughout the 20th century were essentially co-opted to be, promoters of liberation theology, socialism, all that kind of stuff. Social gospel, basically to become sort of more or less communists. And then, of course, they played a key role in being implemented into the World Council of Churches, which we covered when we covered the KGB CIA battle to try to control the World Council of Churches. So go watch that lecture if you didn't, because it touches on a little bit of Black liberation theology, but I've never seen a book about that subject. Sounds fascinating. Zane, $10. Jay, thank you. No, we did that one. Vasuvik, $28. Sorry about the super chat earlier. I didn't finish the entire podcast before talking. Well, I don't remember ever actually getting to the Eucharist. So, I mean, I think it's fine to say you wish I would have gotten to the Eucharist, but keep in mind, as I said, I had no idea what Tucker wanted to talk about, right? So you talked to Lexi, and I talked to her about several subjects I could cover, and I never really got like, okay, we'll do this and this. It was just sort of like, yeah, okay, we'll do all those. So I crammed for a lot of geopolitical stuff, just assuming that that's what Tucker wanted to talk about because he talks about that a lot. But you know, when I said as I said when I got there, he was like, no, I don't want to talk about that. I'm over all that. I'm over it. So we went into orthodoxy. So okay, let's talk about that. So I didn't know he was going to talk for a whole hour, you know, about Orthodox stuff. So sorry I didn't get to the Eucharist. JML, $20. The best part of your interview is when Tucker and you contextualize the talk by proclaiming everything is always actually some religious commitment and the spirit behind it. Yeah, I think so. I mean, that by the time we get into like transhumanism and cults and Hollywood and Satanism, yeah, we did. I do remember we got into that. Julian, $10. I'm glad to see you on Tucker. More momentum for Orthodoxy being broadcast on the airwaves while Protestant peddlers and their positions implode. I like the alliteration, dude. Ask Ruslan who's trending right now. Yo, the business church about to lose a lot of bottom line money right now, dog. Business church is in the red, y'all. They in the red. And by the way, we in Wigardom and as the chief emperor of Byzantium, I hereby officially excommunicate. I think we already did excommunicate Ruslan from Byzantium. He is henceforth and heretofore banished and exiled from the empire of Byzantium, and we will call upon our patron B-Rad to help solidify that excommunication.
Ain't a poser, shoot. I got a PhD, a poser hater degree. Yeah, that's right, fool!
Exactly. Like our patron B-Rad, I got a poser hater degree, which requires me to not accept Ruslan into the domain of Byzantium. Amber says for $20, good job on your podcast, Diva. Did you ever do Esoteric Hollywood breakdowns of music videos? Yeah, we did one on the top, I think the top 5 or 10 esoteric music videos. The only problem with those is that you can't play hardly any bit of the song. You just have to show like images. But we picked like the top ones. I think we did like Bowie and Katy Perry and top 5 occult weird music videos. And we broke all that down. So here is that. But yeah, you can't really play the music. So that's the problem with that. Copyright is challenging on YouTube, but there's a lot of symbology and culture push in music. Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, Jamie's books are really about a lot of that. So you can get at my website, you can get, signed copies of Jamie's books, like Hollywood Mind Control. Forrest says for $10, it seems like Protestants feel like they are trying to be good Christians, and it doesn't make sense that they could actually be wrong because they have honest intentions. What do you think about that? That probably plays into it. I think a lot of people think, well, I mean well, so, so I'm good. Well, that might alleviate some of the guilt, but you can also be willfully ignorant, which would not alleviate or remove all guilt, right? So I think, and I'm not a lawyer, obviously Alex could speak to this, but I think in law, there's situations where guilt could be mitigated by certain factors. Maybe you have a mental problem. You have people get off on cases where because they're mentally ill or they're insane. They're declared insane, so they're not held liable for their actions in some cases. Perhaps if someone drugs you, you could show and demonstrate that you were drugged. Thus, you did not have the full use of your faculties, and so that could then mitigate the guilt, perhaps even in a court setting. So I think likewise for Protestants, they might think that, well, I have sincere intentions, so therefore I have to be correct and I can't be wrong. Well, you could be sincerely wrong. And your sincerity might mitigate the fact that you're in error, sure. But that really has nothing to do with whether you're right or wrong. So. Monarch of Memra, $10. To me, Luther was actually a Roman Catholic who had novel ideas. Well, certainly early Luther was. I've read, like I said, about 6 or 7 of Luther's books. And when you read, like the 95 Theses, most of that is like inter-Roman Catholic disputes about purgatory and the power of the Pope and temporal remission of temporal, debt or whatever. And then by the time you get to like late Luther, he's pretty radical in a lot of his positions. So probably just depends on which era you're talking about in Luther's life. This is becoming more apparent to me that Protestantism is actually Catholic theology without popery. In a way, perhaps. I mean, I like St. Justin Popovich's idea that the papacy in the 11th century is really the first Protestantism. So the Pope is the first Protestant. And then the Protestants just followed suit and became all their own popes. So in that sense, yeah, I think that makes sense. Non-fake Blake, $10. Pajot went to see the Odyssey. Interesting. He posted a review on X, and then he did a breakdown on YouTube. I was shocked that he said he actually liked it. He called it a Trojan horse, and that Christopher Nolan is tricking the libs. I don't want to give them money. Now I'm actually curious. Well, I mean, I might watch it on some sort of like torrent or I don't know about that, but it's like a illegal Russian site. Maybe I'm joking, but no, I'm not going to give them money to watch that. But maybe at some point to see what it's like, I might watch. I've made a commitment to not give any money to watch that, but we'll see. But yeah, I can't. I mean, my first thought was I'm a little skeptical, but maybe because I wouldn't say that Christopher Nolan's films in the past have fit into any shit lib ethos. I mean, I do think he's an establishment filmmaker. I think anybody, Denis Villeneuve or Christopher Nolan level is going to be working within the establishment, so they're not really going to deviate too much. But for the most part, Christopher Nolan films have been pretty good and not super woke or anything. I wouldn't say they're conservative, but he's got a good track record of actually, the last 5 or 7, he's not been good. So I thought Oppenheimer sucked. I don't have high hopes about Odyssey. So, but I think, I liked Batman. I'm not a huge fan of Memento. I don't know why everybody loves Memento. I don't really like it. His first student film is pretty good. It's unique. It's interesting. The one where it's black and white and that person's being followed everywhere. That one's pretty good. And we have done quite a few Nolan films. I actually think Interstellar is okay. I'm one of the few people that actually doesn't hate Interstellar. I'm not saying it's the best movie ever, but I thought it was interesting. I'm a big fan of Inception. I liked Inception a lot. I don't even remember all of his. When was the last good Christopher Nolan movie? That's a good question. When was that? Let's take a survey here. I thought Tenet was okay. A lot of people hated on it. I thought it was interesting. It was a unique concept of time being reversed halfway in the middle of a movie. It was all right. Man of Steel, nah, I thought that sucked. He didn't do Transcendence, did he? That's not his movie. Prestige is great. Dark Knight's good. Batman's good. I didn't see Dunkirk. Oppenheimer sucked. Inception's good. Insomnia is really good. Prestige is good. I don't think are these all his? Interesting. So Christopher Nolan actually hasn't had that many movies. That's interesting. So I would say Nolan's probably 60% good, which is pretty good for movies. 6 out of 10, 4 out of 10 suck. So anyway, yeah, David Bowie was interesting in The Prestige. All right, so we got to get to the super chats. There's a million of these super chats. Jay, what's your digits? How can I call in? You call in on X. The link is in the show description. Green Eyes. What is the best way to Christianity as a layman? It's a giant subject. Just look into Orthodox Christianity. Watch the Icon documentary. Thomas, $10. Jay, Here's some film recommendations, TV and movie. Nowhere Man, 1990s show with conspiracy. Baby Geniuses. I enjoyed watching you and Jamie review it. Yeah, that was one of the worst movies. We had fun making fun of it. I don't think I've seen Nowhere Man, though. I'll check that out. Is there no chance for a I Hypocrite versus Jay debate? He said he didn't want to debate theology. He wanted to debate other stuff. And I was like, but you're calling me out on theology. So Mountain Walk, $20. It's very revealing how right-wing influencers come out to shill against you because they're too stupid and uncharitable to understand that you're on their side in terms of, I guess, conservative stuff. Well, I don't know if that's a low IQ. I mean, I think they're just looking for attention, right? People have realized that on Twitter, the economy of Twitter is drama and rage bait. So probably everybody just feels the need to pipe in and pipe up on every subject. Everybody's got to have a take on every subject. And I'm guessing that's just because of how Twitter is. And to a degree, YouTube, I guess, as well. But more so Twitter. You need to get an AI JI to direct the Slow Boys. I've not watched Pajot's. I mean, I would watch the movie before I watch Pajot's analysis, but I'm not going to watch the movie. I'm not going to pay to watch that movie. So unless some illegal Russian streamer puts it up on a website, I'm not going to watch it. Ryan Finley, $5. I don't know if this would be low tier, but could you trounce David, Bernard, or the United Pentecostal lackeys? I mean, they're welcome, I guess, to try to set up a debate on modern day debate. We could try it that way. But it needs to be somebody with a sizable audience. It's just not, I'm not trying to be a dick. It's just not worth my time to schedule formal debates with people that have very small audiences because it ends up just being a way for them to get attention. I get nothing from it. And yeah, I mean, I work really hard to get to where we are, and I don't have to take very low, small channel debates anymore. I did that for freaking 10 years. Ryan, $5. Will you debate John Hagee? Absolutely. Would you do it for one blood moon pie? Yes. Yes. Tier, $5. That Hegel stuff everybody calling you out about was stupid. They're spurging out when somebody uses the term dialectical materialism because Marx didn't actually say it. Yeah, this is just like spurgatron. Them bros is spurged out, dude. Bank Piggy, $30. Jay, you were messing up their narrative. One day they're calling you pro-Russia. The next day you're you're pro-Islam. In reality, you're applying the same standard to all the issues. Correct. I'm glad that Bank Piggy understands it. Unblock Patrick on X, maybe. President Retard, $10. Good job on Tucker. You blew his mind, seeing as how he actually takes Owen Benjamin seriously. Well, hopefully we had a good effect. Daniel Ramirez, $5. You took this money from a homeless dude. Hey, bro, I'm not telling you to give. If you got homeless, dude, don't be giving me money. You ain't got to do that. To thee we sing, $10. Have you heard of Sukon? I have not. I don't know what that is. Parasocial, $5. Good interview. Thank you so much. Storm the Cat, $5. Do you think Putin likes anime? I don't know much about Putin's personal life. I couldn't tell you. I just get the paychecks. I just get the Dugan coin. I don't know about his personal life. By the way, Dugan retweeted me, interestingly, about the Tucker interview. That was interesting. And then I retweeted Dugan. So I guess now I'm a Duganite for sure because I dared to be tweeted by Dugan. So that proves the connections. Ryan, $5. I'm in Taco Bell and I'm playing your live stream. All of Taco Bell thus heard all the anathemas of Ruslan. Good. They need to hear it. Let it ring throughout. Let the bells of Wixantium ring out like the Taco Bells that Ruslan is excommunicated from Wixantium. We are all witnesses to the decree of the BIPOC Pope. Thank you. I'm glad somebody understands what's going on. We got more super chats. Let's see. I was up to AC. Now I've lost it. Parasocial? No, we did that. Abstract. Have you heard about the book that describes the Protestant effect on Cholo Church? You would be interested in that. I would be interested in that, yeah. we got to read that, you know what I'm saying? Let's go over here to the Diva Cam, you know what I'm saying? Diva Cam. For real, though, how do I monetize these people, Lockstep says? Take Ruslan's course on Business Church. All right. We get through these super chats, y'all. Thank you for being here with me today. A lot of fun. Ryan says for $5. No, we did that. Okay, we're at the bottom of those. All right, now we have to do yesterday's super chats because I missed those. So apparently I can bring them up. It says in thingamajig over here. Let's see, super chats and gifts. I'm guessing is where that's from. Yes. Okay, so let's go to yesterday's super chats. Crap, it doesn't tell me what day it was. Yeah, it does. July 15th. Okay, so let's go to yesterday. Ay, dude. Thank you, guys. Okay. Yesterday's super chat. Flavia says for $10, my activation code failed. Send a new one. For what? I don't know what you're talking about. Activation code. I don't have no activation codes. I don't know what you're talking about. Cheese Click, $5. Sorry, my leaders don't like Tuck. Let's see. Who's your leaders? I don't know what that means. Emilion, $50. Thank you so much. Jay, thank you for boldly representing orthodoxy. I see all the Protestant world is freaking out, dude. Freak out. Freak out. Technician, $10. Jay, glad to see you on Tucker. You killed it. Easily the best watch of the week. Our evidential presuppositional argumentations diametrically opposed approaches to debates. Well, it depends on what you're debating and whether or not it's a situation that calls for the use of evidences. So, for example, if somebody said there is no extra biblical evidence that Jesus existed, well, that would be a perfect time to bring in extra biblical evidences that there are historians that referred to Jesus of Nazareth. So in that case, that would be the producing evidences, but that's different from evidentialism, which is more of an epistemic position. So maybe that helps clear it up. Derek, $5, but we're not against evidences. You absolutely have to use evidences in apologetics. Derek says, congratulations. Thank you. Mad Bun says for $5, Protestants are out here protesting you. I guess that makes sense, right? That's what they do. They are low tier, slow boy, Americanized in their views of everything. Yeah, I think that's also why we challenged Enlightenment stuff in that Tucker interview. We challenged, sacred cows of the Enlightenment and classical liberalism, and that got under a lot of people's skin. And I say, good. Mad Bum, $5. No, we did that. Username, $5. How was your impression about Tucker's knowledge of history? I would say there were areas of church history where Tucker was interested in learning. So I would say he's not familiar with certain areas of church history, but I would say in terms of like 20th century geopolitics and history, he knew everything. The only area where he was really kind of maybe learning things from me when that did come up outside of the interview was, like Vatican Bank type stuff. I think some of that was perhaps new to him, but for the most part, when it came to modern history, he was pretty up to date on everything. Professional Zilch says for $50, this is for Wixantium. Fagundo! Exactly. Scene bean, baby. Squeezy for $5. Good bucks on the Middle Ages. Byzantium, Dark Ages. The John Julius Norwich trilogy, you can get an abridged version of that. So that's probably the most famous one on Byzantium. And there's a little Stephen Runciman scholar. He has a little book on Byzantium too that's good. And those are short and small and readable. Lumbago, $5. Apostate prophet continues to denounce everything and says everything you say is fake conspiracies. I mean, it's obvious to everybody that is obviously a Zio shill. So I don't know why anybody would continue to listen to that dude. He's totally humiliated himself by running off with another woman. I mean, and then they won't even receive him into the Orthodox Church. That guy's an obvious retard. So I don't care what these people like. I don't know why you guys update me on the drama of these people that I don't have anything to do with. Brian Wolf, $50. Congratulations on Tucker. God bless you. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. AC says, actually, you called Hegel's nonsense, and the people who used it on us in leftism call it out now. You don't know anything about Hegel. Yeah, exactly. It's all these know-it-alls. System, $10. Did you like Maine? I mean, it was a little kind of like Tennessee. Not a whole lot of difference from the foliage and layout of Tennessee, but maybe more hills, right? So, I mean, I'm in West Tennessee, so there's no hills. But if you go to East Tennessee, it's mountains. So, but no, I'm not really. I mean, I grew up in Tennessee, so I've grown up with forests. I'm kind of over forests. I like Florida. I like the beach. I don't care about forests, dude. I have allergies. Forests suck for that. AC, $50. What's up, dude? Protestants are critical. There were many Protestants critical of nominalism. Yes, and I've reiterated this many times. I never said that all of Protestantism is only nominalistic and every Protestant ever was also a nominalist. Never said any of that. It's all straw men. AC says you have Thomas Torrance, Milbank, Bursma, Olson, liberals, seculars, and others. James Lindsay, Michael Gillespie, Richard Weaver, Alistair McIntyre, Hegel, Vervaeke, Adorno, Durkheim. You mean even outside of, seculars as well, critical of nominalism. Yeah, so again, I mean, nobody's really responded to the actual argument. We had one reform guy call in tonight who actually responded to what I said. One. So, and we had a good conversation back and forth with that guy earlier. So, Gabriel, $8. Where do you find all these books? I mean, I don't even know, like Amazon, bookstores. I mean, I've been buying books since I was a teenager, or a kid. So you find them everywhere. BM Duper, $10. Razorfish said you butchered Lutheranism. Well, he's jealous that you also wear sunglasses. Well, we have that in common, so I don't know why he won't. I mean, none of these people actually come debate or engage, so they just want to sit back and like bitch and not have any pushback. Look, to me, that suggests that these people are actually insecure in their positions. Because if you're secure in your position, you're not worried about a bunch of people critiquing it or bringing arguments. People that are insecure in their positions are the ones worried about it and then freaking out and avoiding me at all costs because they know I'm going to ask them difficult, pointed questions. Ortho Gamer, $10. So you're saying that you chase demons away with your farts like Luther. Yeah, exactly. A bunch of straw men. Leningrad, $20. Good interview. The people who say the Orthodox don't evangelize will be mad that you're on there with Father Stephen and Father Josiah evangelizing. Exactly. Chetnik, $20. I love the smell of incense in the morning. It smells like total Orthobro victory. Lieutenant Colonel Wigga Slowboy. West, $20. Jay, I subscribed. I'm Roman Catholic. Do you think that what's going on with you mean the SSPX, not the FSSP, will more people move towards Orthodoxy? I don't know. It's hard to say. I mean, I would have thought more people would be leaving Rome for the last 5 years. And for whatever reason, it just seems like in the last few years, in my experience, it's way more Protestant interest. So I don't know what's going on with Roman Catholics. Lenny says for $10, people are spurging out over this precise usage of terms that Hegel said. Yeah, you have to quote and use only Hegel's terms, apparently. You can't summarize or state the idea in different words because you're not. I don't give a shit. I don't care I'm not a Hegelian, so I don't care about some precision and perfect citation of Hegel. They think that if you change the terms, you change the concept. Well, that would just be a word concept fallacy. Bill Go, $5. Did you enjoy the interview? Yeah, I did. Absolutely. I mean, I would have liked to gotten more into the geopolitical stuff because I crammed so hard for that, thinking that's what we would talk about. I mean, we talked about it for the whole second hour, or second half, but how long did we go to? I don't know if it felt like it was like 2.5. Maybe they trimmed it to 2 to keep it under 2. I don't know, but I would have liked to have gone way deeper into the geopolitical stuff just because I sort of assumed that's what we'd be talking about. But I also hope, maybe to go back because we had a lot of fun. Aaron says for $20, my heart turns black when I debate or argue and name call with the leftists. Well, I think that can happen to all of us, right? Because you're dealing with people that are not there to have a good faith debate or get into the issues. It's very infuriating, right? Because you take it seriously, you care about what's true. You're debating some goblin like Destiny who doesn't care about what's true. So that's why it's very challenging to have discussions or debates with people that are dishonest. Brendan says for $10, what is your take on the Nathan Apfel guy saying Christianity is a version of socialism? Well, we did the interview and I actually addressed that. So when he brought that up in our interview, I said, well, my take on that is that you have the option for that in monasticism. So it's voluntary. And I said, I don't want to see that in the state because I think communism, socialism try to take ideas of monasticism and sort of force that into society. And whenever you get the state trying to enforce that, it's a nightmare. And actually, Nathan agreed. He said, no, I don't want the state involved in that. So I think that Nathan's answers will be for him if he looks into orthodoxy. So, but he was a really cool surfer dude. We chatted, we chatted outside of it on the phone. We had a good conversation. So I tried to get him to go check out some Orthodox churches. Argus, $20. David Wood is saying that you are working with guitar now. Absolutely. I ain't working with guitar. I'm working with guitar, dude. I'm gonna start a band with Netanyahu, and it's gonna be Qatar rock and roll. We're gonna play air guitars. Wild Stallions. It'll be like Jewish Wild Stallions with me and BB. Me and BB, baby. Wild Kosher Stallions. Whoa. We're still on yesterday's super chats. Okay. Lenny says conspiracy jacketing is what they're doing. Yeah, we read that one. Sorry. We read that one. So maybe we're caught up now. I think we're caught up. John Carrier says for $10. Jay, thank you for all this knowledge you're dropping. Thank you. Okay. I think I got everybody's super chats from yesterday, so you can't bitch at me and complain and report me to the police. I was curious too as to how many followers we would get from this, because I know that really only Tristan understands this in terms of the audience. Your level of success in life is measured in the numbers. And it's also how much, how cool you are is your numbers. And I call it love points, right? And when we mentioned this, Ruslan literally understood this. Ruslan called me out because he said Jay Dyer calls money love points. And so I first got exposed by Ruslan for that. So I just want to go ahead and just own it. I'm just going to lock in and I'm going to double down and be like, yes, numbers, money equals your human value and your success and your love points and your popularity. So thank you to Tucker because he sent 5,000 YouTube subscribers so far. So that's 5,000 more love points and success points and popular points than I have than all of you. I just wanted to mog you all right now from that. So there we go. I mean, I'm like clavicular level mog maxing all of you guys over these love points. And Ruslan, I want you to clip that, dog, because that's 5,000 popularity, success, human value points that I got in the last 5 days that you didn't get. Clip that, bro. Michael Lash says for $30, since you got called out about anime, or you got a call about anime, Monster is the 5th best manga of all time. Okay, man, you guys are, I don't know any of these animes, bro, but okay, I'll check them out. It is actually made for you. Uh-oh, it's getting creepy now. We got anime stalkers making manga personally for me. My targeted individuals are weebs making anime for me. This is getting scary, dude. It's actually like Twin Peaks, but it's up your alley. It's maybe more so. Watch the introductory episode. You'll see what I mean. Okay. I mean, I got a list of my mangas. that we got to look into because the audience is insistent, and now I don't have a pen. Well, crap. How am I going to write it down with that pen? I'll have to try to remember it. What's it called? Monster. The 5th best manga of all time. Mr. Bliss, $5. Jay, thank you for what you do. I, hypocrite, already reposted a response video. Okay, again, he wants me to debate that psycho dude, Corey Mahler. And I asked that dude to come debate for years, and he wouldn't do it. They're just trying to build Corey Mahler's audience because they're fans of Tiny Mustache Man, as far as I can tell. Okay, well, I'm not interested in... That dude's a psycho, so I'm not interested in debating him. So I asked, I hypocrite, do you want to debate? Why are you trying to get me to debate your big brother? Why don't you come debate? Oh, no, I don't debate that because I don't know about theology. Well, then how do you know that he knows about theology? So again, I don't care, dude. He said that if you debate it, it would be a generational benefit. Corey is an exceptionally civil debater. No, he's not. That guy is a lunatic, psychotic freak. Maiko, no, we did that. JB Peltier, what's up, man? Thank you for that. Appreciate that. He says, I can't read the super chat. Let's see what it says. Turns out the way to monetize people is to be intellectually honest. Ooh, bro's getting deep over here. Guys, thank you so much. A lot of fun. Everybody have a good night. I will see you soon. We'll do a part 3, which will cover the transition out of theology in the first hour into geopolitics, Hollywood, and conspiracies in the second hour. Everybody have a good night.